Hello, guys, and welcome to this year's IMR number 6. We're kind of back very early, actually. We just had IMR 5 like a couple months ago. So, yep, IMR 6. I'm here joined alongside a new caster, actually, for this tournament, Femboy Poland.
Hello everyone, my name is Femboy Poland. You can also call me Jeff. But yeah, this will be my first time ever commentating. I am really excited for what we have today for IMR 6. And it is a very nice thing to know that I am joined by Nyashi today, which we have been friends for quite a while. So to be able to be joining this commentating circle is a really awesome thing to do. I really want to thank Jong a lot for this. And we will be taking you towards today's matches. Nyashi, you wanna introduce us to what matches we have today?
So for today's schedule, we will be having here Team Tianba going against, I believe, Team 5B and non-Tokyo Fighting Bulls. And later on down the line, I think a match that a lot of people are anticipating, IVE, the former champions. Remember, they were formerly known as Hetchin. They'll be going up against Team Yappers, so definitely some exciting match down the road here. But Tianba versus 5B will be the first match we're watching, as I believe we head onto the bracket, which, sorry, I think, but yeah, we're gonna be heading onto the bracket where actually prior to the start of this first day stream, we actually had a preliminary section, so a total of 14 teams joined this IMR, and unfortunately, only 8 of them has made it here to the playoff stages. From the winner's side, the first placers from each group, there were a total of 4 groups. We have Lunatheria, we have Vacuity, we also have IVE, as well as Team Yappers. And on the loser's side, we do have AX versus Stellasamia and Tianba versus 5B. We are going to see AX Stellasamia as well as Lunatheria Vacuity tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. But Jeff, I guess it's your time to talk about these 2 teams we're going to be watching here.
Well, the 2 teams that we're watching right now is Tianba and 5B, and we can see there's 2 prospectors in this team. Very interesting. I hate prospectors. When I see them in rank, I'm like, oh god, I don't want to face a prospector. But yeah, like they have Doma, which I think is a hunter. They've selected Wuchang, but I've faced Doma before. I haven't faced Doma before, but I have seen his matches. I really like this hunter. And then there is Tianba Immortal with the Seer. There's also Coldness, which I face in rank sometimes actually, with Lucky Guy. Interesting. And then that's Isokanya with the Geisha. LB, someone that I enjoy talking to sometimes actually, with Prospector. Norton Leo, having the Norton, which makes total sense. TB, there's Carl with the Mercenary, and Mengyan with Pharaoh Lady, one of the new characters. So would love to see a Pharaoh Lady show up on Tianba's side if it's possible.
Yeah, and again, they will be going up against here Team 5B or Non-Tokyo Fighting Bulls. We are gonna see. Sorry, I can barely read that, but actually, it really is interesting. I mean, these rosters, is that the OG squad? I'm just, it is kind of funny, and as well as a Feaster. So, yeah, that's a pretty interesting team. But on the side of a Non-Tokyo Fighting Bulls, we have Izuki on the Doctor, Vabajane on the Feaster, Nino on the opera singer. I do love my opera singers. We got Mikagli Lala, I believe, that is on the IVE. Star going for the Gardener. Luna on the Lawyer. We have 9 seconds. Hopefully that's not the kiting time for this lucky guy here. And Mayman on the Thief. So yeah, very interesting. Not sure if that's going to be accurate as we watch these matches. But hey, who knows? Maybe they do actually legitimately have those characters.
I mean, I would love to see a thief and a lucky guy. I think it's just been characters that aren't really shown that much in tournament plays. So, and thief was used a lot in COA 7, I believe, against Opera Singer at that Ever Sleeping. So, if 5B manages to pull out these special surprise characters, would love to see that, and can't wait for what's in store for us today. We have Tianba versus 5B coming on, and actually, Nyashi, I have a question. Why isn't Jong here?
So Jong's, I actually asked Jong prior to, like, just as a last minute change for me to commentate because I'm gonna be free today. Unfortunately, I won't be here for the upcoming IVE Yappers match as well as the matches tomorrow. But I will be here as well next week, and we will be seeing Jong very later on again on that IVE Yappers match. So yeah, Jong's dealing with the streaming stuff in the background. Again, this is Jong's tournament after all. And yeah, I'm here. I'm going to be commentating for it, specifically this match. We are going to be seeing that on the side of Team 5B, Team No Tokyo Fighting Bulls, up against Tenba. We are going to be seeing Tokyo Fighting Bulls 5B have the survivors first up against Tenba's Hunter.
Yeah, so I believe that we will move into the BP screen later, but back to what Jafet was talking about, that like Jong is handling a lot of the technicalities, and like he is in the VC with us, but he won't be commentating for now anyways. I think later he will be commentating, but right now it's me and Nyashi, and we're going to head on to 5B and Tianba. I believe that should be 5B and not Anon, but you get the point. And we're gonna be moving into the band picks very soon. All right, yeah. Jong just said that they will change it very shortly, and we'll be. Oh yeah, and it seems like the map. Okay, so it's not gonna be Moonlit River Park. It is actually going to be Red Church. It's just the preview screen is showing Moonlit, but just know that we will be facing in Red Church later. And we're going to be moving into the ban picks. So right now it's Tianba banning 2 survivors. What do you think, Nyashi? Like, what do you think Tianba should ban or like should pick? Like,
I mean, I feel like it's always, I feel like it's been always a preference thing where it's like the most common run rate is always like this here Antiquarian. But we've also seen like Cord Antiquarian, we see the FO, and I believe, I think it was FO's here, but like FO and someone else if you're playing Ivy. So it's like really, sorry, who?
Psychologist.
Psychologist, there we go. Yeah, like FO Psychologist. Like those, it really up to the preference here of Timba's Hunter, who's Iso Kanya. And I mean, I do think that if you really want to play it safe, if you really don't want to be giving the survivors or keep the survivors guessing on who you're going to play, the best bans would probably be here Antiquarian. But actually, we are going to see here on the side of Iso Kanya, they are going to be banning the Antiquarian and Coordinator instead.
So from the looks of this, my personal intuition is just saying opera singer, but it's also very possible that they would bring on an Ivy. But right now, we will see that the survivors haven't picked anything yet. But yeah, coordinator and antiquarian ban, just the antiquarian against Ivy. I think it's still possible because antiquarian, if the antiquarian looks back at the Ivy, it's not going to be very easy to get the sticks off to swing the hunter because they get to scare you. Whereas the opera singer, the opera singer has to try to bait you to swinging to the air. If not, there will be a hit, and it will take very long for the opera singer to be able to hit you. So we will be seeing what survivors they are picking. It seems like they're picking prospector and psychologist. Ooh, what do you think, Jafet?
I really like these picks. I will say they're definitely leaning towards kind of playing against the Ivy, which I think is really interesting. Because Antiquarian Chord, as you mentioned, feels more like a opera singer band. But I also want to direct the attention of the fact that in this tournament, we do have both Knight and Goatman available to use. So who knows whether we'll be seeing those characters in this tournament? Who knows whether they'll be picking it later on? But that's something that's really key to understanding the band picks right now. It's actually why it's been a bit difficult, because I believe there hasn't been really a lot of unofficial tournaments that have been running the Knight and the Goatman. So this is kind of the first time we are going to be seeing these characters in a tournament setting. But we are going to see Prospector Psychologist. These are good characters up against Ivy. Against Opera, this does struggle a bit. So yeah, definitely in the next pick, they should be considering to maybe pick something that can deal with that opera singer, as we are going to see this Hunter decides to ban the first officer.
Well, and it seems like on 5B side, I'm not sure if it's on a stream yet, but yeah, Gravekeeper is coming out. It's really interesting, but because I think Gravekeeper against Ivy and Opera Singer, there are ways to get countered as a Gravekeeper, but if we were to assume that a Goatman is coming out, I think Gravekeeper is totally fine, but Gravekeeper coming out just has a lot of implications that they don't really, or like at least they're very confident against a potential Ivy or an Opera, because the thing is, when you're a Gravekeeper against an Ivy, if you reach 100 corrosion and you're in the shovel, you are still going to come out, and that basically wastes a shovel for Gravekeeper. So it's not really ideal. And against Opera Singer, you are prone to getting chased because you only take 2 shovels, whereas like let's say you take Perfumer, you can take 3 hits, but as Gravekeeper, you might only take 2. So what do you think about the next bans, Nyashi?
I mean, they did just ban Puppeteer here, so the opera singer is very likely here on the side of Tianba, and I really don't like Anon's composition. If he does go for the opera, we do see Prospector, Psychologist, Gravekeeper, and now Seer gets picked up, and Seer is okay, gives support, can give a bit more of lasting time for all of these survivors, but there aren't really an inherent full counter against a character like Opera Singer. They're very fragile, and sorry, yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, this is a pretty tough team composition, and I believe the Hunter. Oh, sorry, not yet. They haven't actually selected, and Goatman as well. So remember, Goatman is also in this tournament. So these characters, I mean, sure, this is a pick maybe to deal with that Goatman, but again, I feel like they're kind of relying that Isokanya plays Goatman. We did see Isokanya play Goatman, and it yielded a lot of good results. We have also seen Isokanya actually play Opera Singer in the preliminaries, which I believe should, if you are in the server of Zhang, Invisible Zhang, you can see it in the tournament announcements for those who are unaware. But we are going to be seeing here, as we currently wait for the personas on the side of non-Tokyo Fighting Bulls / 5B, we are going to be probably, it's a bit of a question as to whether this comp will really pull true.
Well, if I was the Hunter here, Nyashi, I think I would probably pick an Opera Singer, but I do think that Prospector is still sorry, not Prospector, Goatman is very much still possible, and that's one thing that I really love about this tournament, because when this tournament was announced on IMR 6, to my complete shock, not only was Fair Lady and Goatman available, but Knight as well, which is still not in competition mode, and that's why like we are very interested to see if Goatman is going to be picked here. And like potentially not, because personally I think Opera Singer can deal with this team well. Ivy is still fine. However, it does seem like Tianba is going to go with the Opera Singer here, because Gravekeeper is just so prone to getting chased, and Prospector might not be as stable if you miss your magnet, because Opera Singer is just so fast, so you have to be really careful with your magnets. And Psychologist and Seer, even though they have good health and they take 3 hits, but that means that during the end game is potential that they're just whiteboards, they don't have any abilities to work with. So what's your evaluation about this, Nyashi?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you just said. I mean, this composition is just not great against Opera Singer. It is great against a character or against teams like Ivy and even Goldman, but I feel like they kind of got a bit too overconfident here. They thought that Hunter was no shot going to play either one of those two characters, and then he brings out the Opera Singer, which just kind of foils a bit of their plans here. Then again, maybe this is a composition that they're comfortable with running against Opera Singer, but if we're looking at it based on just the composition itself, we are going to be seeing here that these are just kind of weak characters, and I'm not sure about the persona traits as well. So yeah, as we're just waiting for both teams to ready up and I guess for the streams to be fixed, we are once again, Prospector, Psychologist, Gravekeeper, Seer up against Opera Singer. Definitely gonna boil down to that first chase. I think if the survivors are able to kind of just stall a bit of time, that's gonna be a big question for the side of the Hunter here. But even then, at that late game, if all those items are used, it's a big question.
Yeah, so the way I see it is that this team comp, they do have a really good upper boundary because Prospector can either last very long against Opera Singer. Gravekeeper, if you don't get chased, technically it's still fine. And Seer with the owl that can be given to Psychologist, for example, if you chase the Psychologist, it's not going to be just 3 hits. It might even be 4 because of that owl. So I think 5B, the way that they can counter this opera is they really need strong kites, and we will see the personas here. Looks like it's going to be Flywheel on everyone, and just Tide Turner on the Gravekeeper. So not ideal actually, because Opera Singer, you want to bring Broken Windows to transition. Oh, sorry, is the stream showing yet?
There we go. I believe yes, it is now. And I agree, like, I was about to say it as well, 12-3 on all of the survivors. I mean, I guess it's more of like something to deal against like a Goldman. Again, they're so overly confident it was going to be a Goldman. They failed to realize that he could play other characters. And now with Flywheel, I mean, he could even just chase Gravekeeper here because Gravekeeper is so susceptible to getting chased if he spawns on the top left corner. And he can just get rid of the 3-6. He has Blink. He has a lot of these traits. I'm not sure actually if he does have Blink, but if he does, Gravekeeper is in big trouble. If Gravekeeper causes some problems, he can just switch to Seer immediately. And so there's just a lot of things that aren't really great for the side of 5B. But who knows, once again, maybe this is a team composition that they're comfortable running against. So we are going to be seeing here once again Team 5B with the Seer, Psychologist, Prospector, and Gravekeeper going up against Team Tianba's Opera Singer. It does look like we are going to be seeing here the Opera Singer, as previously mentioned, will be going for the Gravekeeper. If he downs his Gravekeeper very quickly, this going to be an issue, but Gravekeeper putting down 2 pallets and immediately going for the shovel. So, I mean, but look, Luna is kind of rotating a bit wrong here. I mean, oh, we do see a miss dash there, actually, so I was surprised that actually missed, as we are going to see Opera Singer does take the first hit.
Yeah, even Seer's Owl isn't ready, and the Gravekeeper being caught in between the pallets. Can the Hunter get a hit here? That's gonna go get a first hit, and Gravekeeper still 5 seconds on the cooldown for the shovel, so not really looking good. Now Seer's Owl is available, and Blink is still 20 seconds. That's a really early hit. We have to see if 5B manages to get the shovel out. Hunter didn't hit the shovel just yet. Seems like he's going to get the shovel out now, and yeah, I think, well, Seer's Owl is going to be used next, but Blink will be ready, and we'll see if Hunter manages to get that. Hunter, can he down the owl? The owl doesn't come out, so that would be just 2 hits on the Gravekeeper. Blink isn't even exhausted yet. 5B, decoding progress seems okay, but you don't have Tide Turner to save this Gravekeeper.
Yep, and Seer Cypher is going to be pressured here as he's going to be lurking around. Meanwhile, Psychologist and Prospector are making some decent progress against on both of their ciphers. I believe Isokanya realizing that Seer is within the vicinity. We are going to be seeing here, he's just kind of staying within the chair. He's kind of looking at actually a direction that Seer is coming from. Are we going to see the owl here? We do see the owl. He actually hits the owl, which I think is fine because, I mean, again, you could just hit the Seer. He decides not to hit the Seer, just goes for the Gravekeeper, doesn't want to give a potential rebound kite, as now Gravekeeper will be chaired once more. Seer is rotating further away from the middle cipher, as now 9 seconds will be the one decoding there. We are going to be seeing here Star is going to be getting pressured. Meanwhile, Psychologist may be making a rescue at the back.
Yeah, so it seems like now Hunter just going straight for the Seer, uses the flyout and now goes back to the chair. And it seems like the Psychologist went for the rescue. Well, I think rescuing is fine that Hunter went so far. Can the Hunter get the hit on the Gravekeeper here? Manages to get the hit on the Gravekeeper. And it seems like the Gravekeeper is going to get eliminated. 3 ciphers still remaining. This is not really looking good for FB. But hold on, the Prospector is coming for harass, but Hunter just manages to dodge the magnet. So this is not ideal for 5B, even though they're all healthy, but the Gravekeeper just dies really early, and Prospector now taking on the second chase for Team 5B.
The one saving grace for this team right now is the fact that, you know, they still have 2 ciphers remaining, and we are going to see Prospector does take an early hit. All of a sudden, this is looking a bit risky as Hunter can consider blinking out here, which are going to see the blink immediately, and that's going to be a pretty early down actually, and this is looking very dire for the survivors, as we are going to see Seer Cypher is still at 50, and they still need to complete a whole other cipher here. Psychologist is within the vicinity, lurking around Graveyard, and he's actually trying to decode the cipher, but he might have just given away his position to the Hunter, as we are going to see here, is he not realizing it's here, maybe potentially going for the backdoor rescue. He finally does, and we are going to see he's going to be going back immediately to the chair.
Yeah, and look at the ciphers. I don't really think it's enough. Seer can rescue, but it's going to be an injury on the Seer. So Hunter is going to go back and try to get the Prospector down. If the Hunter manages to get the Prospector down, I think it might be really hard for 5B to get, and does get the down. So this is not going to be easy on Team 5B. Psychologist tried to use Distress there, but didn't work. And there's just a whole cipher that's not decoded with just a 50% cipher. I don't think 5B has enough ciphers. And Opera Singer tried to pressure the Psycho a bit more. It seems like Psycho will be forced to do the next rescue. Prospector has to rebound a long time to try to save this game. Otherwise, it's looking like a 4K because there's only one more chair remaining for the Prospector.
Yep, and we're going to be seeing here, the thing is there's like some miscommunication with the rescue as well. Both Psychologists and Seer are actually making their way. We are going to see Seer is going to be...
Sorry, apologies. Yeah, Psycho is coming for the rescue. Really needs to rescue and body block the Prospector, but Hunter knew about that and just downs the Prospector. Great discipline and timing from the Hunter. And we are going to see a Prospector sent back to the Manor. Seer and Psychologist left. The 2 characters that just don't have any items to work with, so it's gonna be really, really impossible to try to get this dungeon, but of course, anything is still possible. This is Identity 5! And now Psychologist is going to be kiting against the Opera Singer, but just 1 cipher is just too much. Do you think they can last this endgame, Nyashi? Seems like Nyashi is not here at the moment, so I will continue.
Serious apologies. I am back. Do not mind the background. Someone knocked without, like, literally, someone came in without knocking on the door. We're going to see your Psychologist is doing a pretty good job, and Seer is decoding a cipher. He needs to make sure he doesn't tunnel vision here. He's going to get a second hit here, and we do see probably the teleport will be coming out. Yep, it does. And now Seer is going to be pressured out of his cipher. He's going to actually just stay within the vicinity here, try to mind game him at that pallet. As we are going to see Seer's not going for that pallet at all, tries to go for a fly wall instead, but now he's going to be just going down immediately. Psychologist is trying to make progress on the other cipher, but wait, the Opera Singer is deciding to chair? That is going to be a very interesting play here on the side of the Opera Singer, is now he is potentially giving a chance here for Psychologist to try and maybe get a single escape here. We are going to see here oh wow, I thought I failed dash, but we are going to be seeing here 9 seconds is just lurking around Graveyard, but now Isokanya is making good progress, and we are going to see he immediately just sees the Psychologist. I mean, well, he had wall hacks, but probably does not. I mean, I hope he doesn't. But we are gonna see here 9 seconds just immediately caught, no chance of rebound kiting whatsoever. As we are gonna see here, Team Tianba gets the 4K here. What a amazing 4K here from the side of TB.
Yeah, what a statement from the hunter, that opera singer just being so confident that like I will just chair this here. I don't think psychologist has any items to work with to get dungeon, and just finds the psychologist so early on as well. So that's just going to be a 5 point game for the side of Tianba. Great job. And FB just losing out on the survivor rosters, I would say. They could have picked survivors that could potentially counter against the opera singer more, but I don't think they were expecting it as much. They were probably expecting a Goatman and going for the full counter, but just an opera singer coming in as a surprise pick. And opera is just so consistent and just so reliable that 5B right now is trailing by 5 points, and they need to catch up with the hunter getting a 4K for the next round. For this round, I mean.
I agree, and I mean, just very unfortunate. Again, it's like what you said. This team composition is so weak against a team uh, up against opera singer. So yeah, I mean, this is just very, very unfortunate on the side of Team 5B. But hey, Chenba played this very excellently, understood that if he chased a Gravekeeper, there's going to be no more tide to play in the game. He did, I would say he played a bit passive every now and then, but it still paid off. He still managed to get some really good execution there, and just an amazing game here from the side of Isokanya. So, yeah, now we are going to be seeing here Team 5B. They're going to be here at the back pedal, as now they are going to be forced to 4K if they want to keep the tie. If we are going to see if we are going to see if they don't get the tie, they should at least try to get a tree escape or tree kill, sorry, or a 2 kill. But we are going to be going right on break here, as we are going to be setting up the second half of the match. Welcome back here as we are now heading into the BO1 second half between Team 5B against Team Tianba. As we saw in the prior match, we did see Tianba gets a very crucial 4K with the opera singer, as we can now see on the screen. That was just a really good job here on the side of Tianba. I mean, noticing that the composition is very weak against opera and deciding to immediately pick it. Good stuff there for Tianba. But gotta keep on their toes. If 5B gets to 4K, they are gonna be on even ground. So their priority on this match is to try and secure that first round here.
Yeah, and BO1 is just so important to try to get an upper hand, and right now Tianba has it. So 5B needs to try their very best on their hunter side to retaliate and just pick something that I think can also get a 4K. Otherwise, because if they lose round 1, it's going to be very hard to catch up in the future rounds, and we know what Tianba's hunter is capable of. That opera singer just make it look so effortless. So that's why I think that right now 5B really needs to prioritize this 4K. If not, it might not be looking as good for the standings of 5B, but who knows? They might even make a comeback. So yeah, I think that 5B right now, they just need to play it safe for the survivor side, try to get maybe a tie if they can. If not, a 1 escape is still okay. They just need to get that round lead, and I think they should be doing well.
Yep, I agree. I mean, all Tianba here kind of just at the front pedal, as we have said, the 4K in that first half was very crucial to potentially maybe securing the first round win. So we are going to be seeing here, we're going to be heading right into the band picks. As you've mentioned, unknown Tokyo Fighting Bulls 5B, they have to go ahead and potentially play a hunter that has 4K potential. Of course, that means the usual meta hunters, IVE, Opera, Goatman. Don't forget, Goatman is in fact in this tournament. And there isn't really a conversation for other potential hunters. But they do have something that's a bit more surprising, something that Tianba may not be expecting. They could consider it, but I mean, I think it's already been very well established that those 3 characters are the characters you want to be prioritizing first.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking into the ban picks right now. It seems like the hunter for 5B has banned coordinator and psychologist. Yeah, it's going to be showing up on stream soon. Coordinator and psychologist, I think it's actually a very good idea because, well, maybe not coordinator, but psychologist can provide that foundation for to try to go for a tie, because you just have 1 extra damage to try to hit. Coordinator sometimes is really 50-50. If you miss the gun, she's practically just a whiteboard person. And we're going to see Tianba picking Seer and Barmaid. Just, I think, really solid picks. What do you think about Seer and Barmaid, Nyashi?
Seer and Barmaid. Now, usually these characters, when they're not combined, there's a bit of an issue when you're going against Opera Singer. But the advantage with running both Seer and Barmaid is, like, if Barmaid gets chased, right, you have that Seer to probably guarantee the Dovlin to come out even against an Opera Singer. So this is a really good pick here from the side of Tianba, countering both IVE and dealing okay against Opera Singer so long as the Seer is on a Sui build 90% of the time. It should work just fine. We are going to be seeing here at the same we are going to be also seeing Tianba picking up the Wildling, another very fine pick here. No offense, way better rescuer than Gravekeeper at a round 1 basis here. And Wildling is also a really good character up against that Opera Singer. Against an IVE, it can be tough if the IVE is really good at being able to cancel the boar. That's going to be a bit of an issue if Wildling wants to try and kite her as long as possible. But that is a very, that's easier said than done. So we are going to see here Tianba picking up a composition that both works on IVE and Opera. Goatman can be a bit of a question. We do know that if Wildling tries to bore early, Goatman can just lock him out and force him to go out anyways, if he's trying to go for the rescue. So we are going to see the a non-Tokyo Fighting Bulls does ban the Fire Investigator.
Yeah, so Fire Investigator is likely an indication that it will be an IVE, because Fire Investigator can use the ball trick to just hide inside the ball, and IVE cannot leech on it during the leeching phase. So it seems like Tianba is going to pick Acrobat, which is a good response to that IVE. And I think this team comp is just very versatile. You can use it against Goatman, you can use it against Opera, you can use it against IVE pretty much. But I do think that IVE has quite a winning chance, and right now it is known that like 5B needs that 4K ability. So I do think that IVE is the best pick. But what do you think are other possible picks?
I mean, I feel like all characters here have some even chances of being picked. I do think Opera Singer is completely fine, as well as Goatman. Actually, in this situation, I feel like they're okay picks. Ivy can get a win, but so can those two characters. So I'd say like this is really up to the discretion of Nino. What does he much more preferred? Is he one of those Opera Singer players that we see so much in IVL, IGL? Is he an anomaly? He's like GRN1E who really loves running that BO and IV. It really all boils down to him. He can even go again on that Goatman if he has been practicing it like an absolute madman. So yeah, this is all up to just whether Nino prefers one character over the other. I think it's fine regardless, but he definitely needs to pick one of three characters. I do think that what do you call this? Picking another character here is going to be very ideal. Again, the meta here very leaning towards those three characters. You don't really have room for anything else. And maybe Hullabu once he finally releases out in the tournament. By the way, for those who have not seen Hullabu, please do see. We are going to be seeing probably from the side of Unknown Tokyo Fighting Bulls. It's definitely one of those three characters. Again, if they do choose another character, that's going to be a bit of a question mark for them.
Oh, and actually, I kind of disagree because I don't feel like it's just limited to these three hunters. If 5B wants to give us a surprise, and he does with a sculptor, that's a non-meta pick. And I was just about to say how non-meta picks is also possible. If 5B isn't really confident in Goatman, Ivy, or Opera, they could just go something just out of the blue. And seems like they have gone with the sculptor, and we will have a very enticing match. But I do think that sculptor, it is quite a decent pick because Seer Barmy just can't feed that presence, and Sculptor is just known when you have that full presence, you can really snowball the survivors from that. So I think this will be a very interesting matchup. And what do you say about this, Nyashi?
I would say Sculptor is actually a really nice pick here from the side of Team Unknown Tokyo Fighting Bulls. Even though it's a very non-meta pick, I do think that picking this character, I mean, you have a lot of opportunities for just free presence. You have the Seer, you have the Barmaid, hell, you even have the Wildling if he goes on board and kind of just gets out late. Acrobat is also a character that, I mean, you don't really want to be first chasing, especially with how fragile Seer and Barmaid is in this competition. But in that later rounds, we do see that max presence can be key to just canceling the Acrobat skill and then going for the down. But hey, this is a pretty good this is a pretty good pick here from the side of 5B, regardless of the regardless of how non-meta Sculptor may be. But we are going to see the main problem that he may face is the fact that both Seer, Barmaid, even Acrobat all have Tree 9 as a trait, and that does allow for very early distance gaining and even a chance to regenerate their items if they can, especially for someone like Seer. You can just farm that owl here. So, yep, this is going to be a pretty key thing to note here, as we are going to see LB, actually, the Wildling, going to be spawning here at mid, Barmaid at the back gate, basically. Acrobat is at mid broken, and Seer is going to be all the way at Shack.
Well, I think the good thing about 5B, the good thing about Tianba right now is they have all Tree 9, and I think the way they would want to play it is because Walling is not really the best rescuer against Sculptor, so they might want to be very, very careful if they do want to go for a rescue. Sometimes you might even want to sell, I would say, against a Sculptor because you don't really want to feed that full presence. When full presence comes up, it is going to be really tough for Tianba to deal with. And we're going to go into the match right now, 5B against Tianba. I'm here with Nyashi, and let's see when it starts. Who will the Sculptor chase? Either the Seer or maybe even the Barmaid. Maybe.
Yep, I agree here, and we are gonna see here. We are heading right into the match, and he's gonna be a bolt to Barmaid. I do think this is kind of fine. He did bring Tree 9, a very bold pick here for the side of Nino, as we are going to see the wildling whistle is going to be confusing him just a bit, but he does manage to see the trails here of Norton, as now I believe we are heading into the first match. He actually brought peepers, I didn't even notice, as we are going to see here Norton pulls out the train 9, and we are going to see Sir Alice still on cooldown. Will Norton get to this pallet? That's a big question. Does manage to get to the pallet, but oh my god, what a nice hit here from the side of Nino. He does have a, is that fast pallet? I can't actually say. I'm not sure if because it wasn't that slow. But Norton is just going to be kiting in the open space here. Nino can't really do much. He could try to snipe him out, but we are going to see probably not going to be able to. Norton tries to go for it one time, and Norton's going to be able to heal up.
Yeah, so Barmaid now taking a second chip. Oh, beautiful! Ow, that was almost terrible because it would have been a terror shock if that owl did not show up. So Barmaid right now unable to heal up, but like Hunter just using a peeper and still kiting for a bit of time. Seer Cypher only at 25, so it seems like the Cypher progress might not be that efficient. But Barmaid getting another chip here. Is it going to get the pallet stun here? Not getting the pallet stun. Hunter just going to break the pallet. Barmaid one chip away from dying. And uses the speed boost drink right now, and it seems like it's going to die around reception area, because even if you don't take the chip, it's just going to be a hit. Hunter is just near enough, and that is going to be a chip and a down for Barmaid. Hunter already at full presence. Goodness. So that, I think, for the Hunter, the good thing is that they have the full presence right now, and it's going to be very hard for the Wildling to rescue. Wildling just decoding. They're not even bothering to rescue this Barmaid. And honestly, I think this seems fair. It doesn't seem like there's any movement from the Wildling, and Barmaid not having any abilities remaining because they only have the boost, but it's not easy to use it. And Hunter trying to hit out the Wildling, and Wildling seems like it's going to go for the rescue. Oh, is this going to be a right option?
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Again, they only need a time. We are going to see here one chip on the side of Team Nino. We unfortunately kind of just got a bit too. He didn't need to rush it here, and he tries to get the max presence. He does, and that's going to be a double down. Barmaid will probably go down here. Does not have flywheel to make up to the pallet, as we are going to see. That's right, a double down here on the side of Nino. This is looking amazing here, but the saving grace for the survivors is that Acrobat Cypher is now on 60%. Seer is going to be making, I believe, a new Cypher. Oh, actually, no, he's going to be going ahead, healing up the Wildling. So Cypher progress is absolutely going on and about, but this is a chance for Nino to try and play for a win.
Yeah, so right now, if Nino is able to find where the Wildling and Seer is, but it doesn't seem like it, he was just going to go for the Acrobat. Yeah, no, this Barmaid is definitely getting sold here. There's not really anyone that can come rescue, or even if they rescue, there's not really a lot of resources left. Right now, Nino, if he really wants that 4K, he needs to go aggressive, and it seems like he doesn't quite do that. This is the opportunity for him to find other characters. He knows the Barmaid is going to be sold, and now working its way to Acrobat. One Cypher remaining. I do think it's still tieable unless the Hunter manages to find an early down here.
Yep, and we are going to see here, he does go ahead and get to LB, who immediately goes right into 4. Meanwhile, Seer and Acrobat rotating, actually very far off the Cyphers. I believe Seer is going to make his way to the Graveyard Cypher, as now LB actually went down his board, and Nino immediately made his way. We are going to see that is one chip here on the side of Nino, rather, and we are going to see that's going to be hit on Nino, as now there is a chance here to get a potential down, and that's actually going to be the down. And we are going to see here Seer is officially working on a new Cypher. This is a bit tough for the side of Nino. He needs to play very aggressively, but if he tries to leave the Wildling, he's just going to go hop onto board almost immediately, or just reserve it, and if he tries to chase the Wildling again, he can just hop on board. So yeah, this is looking pretty tieable for the side of Team Tianba.
Yeah, but the Cyphers aren't really enough. It's still 40, and there's no guarantee that the Acrobat is managing to pull off the rescue, because Wildling right now is just chaired, and it seems like if they want to finish the Cypher, it's going to be after half for Wildling. Acrobat's brought out here. One chip, 2 chips already! I don't really think they can make the rescue, and if they're unable to, that's going to be really, really disastrous for the Team Tianba. Another chip! One more chip and the Acrobat's gonna go down, and Acrobat
my god!
Something to just chair the Acrobat, and Seer is unable to finish the Cypher just in time. Seer leaves the Cypher, and Hunter doesn't have detention, but it doesn't matter because Hunter's just going to chair the Acrobat, and no one can rescue the Wildling. So this is the 4K opportunity that FB was looking for.
Yup, Seer now needs to play for potentially the dungeon escape here, but actually Nino gonna be placing down the survivor. Will we see potentially a teleport switch or maybe even a normal? We're not 100% sure. It's not immortal. Gonna be rotating quite the long end as we are gonna see Nino gonna be trying to check here at back eight, but no, immortal is all the way here at the middle broken. He is gonna now make his way back, and Carl does go ahead and pick himself up. Immortal seems to be ready to decode a cipher on the top broken here as now Karth's just trying to play the hiding game, but I mean this is Sculptor, you can't do that. He's just gonna use his max presence to kind of just get away. Oh my god, wait a second, hold on, that is gonna be down there from Acrobat, just gets intercepted, and all of a sudden the 4K opportunity is looking closer and closer here on the side of Nino. Keep in mind he does have insolence, so even if he tries to heal the Acrobat here, which I think like is very hard to do, we are gonna see here that the hunter is going to be able to kind of just stop the seer here, and we do see now with that max presence and with that tinnitus, he realizes where seer is. Now this may be a potential 4K here. Gets going to be a hit here on the side of Nino, and now the 4K is looking closer and closer, just one more chip away. Just as we are going to see, Seer's going to be trying to make his way, maybe try to farm an owl off, but this is looking really tough here. Does manage to dodge those set of sculptures here. We are going to see Immortal going to be trying to make the
Okay.
vault here, and does manage to get the vault. He's going to just switch to blink their IMO, but he doesn't really have to. He's not pressured to play the waiting game here, as we are going to see Immortal does go down. Carl actually gets picked up instead, but still, even then, Seer probably won't be able to pick himself up in time anyways.
Wow, what a comeback from FB. The sculptor placing a peeper down, just knowing that they've already secured the 4K, and Tianba missing the golden opportunity. I mean, just the 3 chips on the sculptor side. That's why I mentioned, like, as soon as Hunter gets full presence, it's going to be very hard to rescue, no matter which character you're in on this team, because you just don't have the abilities to silence the statues. Whereas, like, let's say if you're a knight, maybe it's still possible, but that is going to be the 5 point game for 5B. So right now the standings look like it's going to be 5-5, and that's exactly what I was mentioning, that 5B, if they really want to fight back in the future rounds, they need to get this 4K, and they did with a sculptor. Nyashi, how do you feel about that?
Sculptor, I mean, I gotta say, better Sculptor than ACTB01, but we are gonna see an absolute amazing 4K there from Nino. I mean, that camp, especially that just Acrobat being failing that rescue, was key to giving himself a 4K opportunity, even then dropping down the survivor. And I mean, I just feel like the Acrobat here didn't play super well. He not only did he fail rescue, but he even tried to hide against a sculptor, which just that's not what you want to be doing against a sculptor at all. And you know, I mean, this has just been a really good game on Nino's side. We saw how well he was chasing Norton. We saw how well he was kind of just trying to intercept Wildling. Got the double down, by the way, and just able to make constant mistakes from the side of Tianba. Really gave Nino an opportunity, and he capitalized at every single one of them.
Beautiful stuff from Team 5B. I really think Team Tianba would feel that they deserve a little bit better for the result for that early game kite, but that's just full presence sculptor in effect. I mean, that's what I love about IMR. You're not just going to see Goatman Ivy Opera just repeat at the same time. Sculptor BO1 gets a 4K, and now we're going to see it going even for 5B and Tianba going into round 2. And I really love to see this, and who knows, maybe Nino has other hunters up their sleeve, and we'll see how things go. But however, that will be the end of round 1, and we will get back shortly after the break, and we will see how Tianba and 5B will fare.
This is my closing night.
Heart full of delight, only for six love for them, can they make it right? Evil whispered in the ear,
This is my closing night.
heart full of delight, only for six love for them, can they make it right? Evil whispered in the ear,
This is my closing night.
heart full of delight, only for six love for them, can they make it right? Evil whispered in the ear,
This is my closing night.
Alright, hello
Okay.
everyone. Oh, bro, the caster screen is not swapped, but hello everyone, this is Jong. So, yep, as the boss of Manor Regulars, I've kicked Jafet off and I'm back. Nah, I'm just kidding, he had to go, so I came back in. So, yeah, Jeff, just what a round that was early. Like, we went from 1.5 4K to 2 4Ks and even getting a format elimination with a Sculptor. But I actually am recalling that Nino is indeed a Sculptor main. We did see him play Sculptor in IVC, so I guess I should not be too surprised with the Sculptor. But Sculptor in this meta where like the free latest hunters are very powerful is just amazing.
Yeah, like that 4K I think just solidifies the fact that yes, Nino Sculptor is something to be scared about, and right now Tianba would really want to consider their options of whether they want to ban that Sculptor just to get rid of Nino's comfort pick. So right now, we're going to be heading on to the next round, and it's now round 2, first half. So right now, like I think 5B pretty much knows that that it's just even, and right now if they can win a round, they must do so. And with it seems like Nino's going to be going up first next, right, John?
Yep. Soset, you can begin. So yeah, so here is just a quick update for those of you who are new, like who are out of the loop. Is that first of all, Tianba got a format elimination with an opera singer in the first half, and then 5B returned the favor with a format elimination in the second half. And Jeff, can you speak for a bit because I want to check if my audio is fine.
Yeah, sure thing. So just to mention what happened, it was just a hunter dominance match for round 1. Both hunters got a 4K, one from opera singer, then after that from a sculptor. Whether we will see those hunter later or maybe they might even get banned, so we're not sure about that. So right now, moving on to like the round 2, I think it is going to be an extra ban, and also there will be 3 global bans right now, as you can see on screen. Right now 5B against Tianba, it will be 5B's hunter up against Tianba, so Tianba survivor would want to look for a rematch, maybe even revenge, and whether 5B's hunter is able to put that pressure on them, that will depend. And we're gonna see Seer, Barmaid, and Wowling was picked in the first round, so now second round there will be no more Seer, Barmaid, Wowling, and it's going to be Lakeside. So Lakeside without Wowling is like, because sometimes you want Wowling in Lakeside just because of how fast he can travel, but it seems like they're not going to have that option, and we're going to see the bans from 5B's hunter Nino is going to ban Priestess and Embalmer.
Yep. So first of all, like I just want to get this out of the way, that if we look at the global bans, Tianba has a huge disadvantage. They threw in their strongest characters in the first round and they did not gain anything out of it. Because like if we look Seer and Wildling, very strong this meta, they're now permanently banned. So now actually things are not looking too good on them. So Priestess and Bomber, pretty much Nino is like saying that I don't want anything that can traverse around the map very, very fast. So yeah, like we'll have to see if Tianba wants to let out Nino's Sculptor, or would they be banning it because Nino still has other hunters to work with too.
Yeah, and Priestess and Embalmer, just really good counters against Sculptor. So we don't know if this is preparation for a different hunter, but I can say for sure that if you have a Priestess and an Embalmer as a Sculptor, you are going to have a headache first of all. And we'll see if they would ban. And yeah, it seems like Tianba is respect banning the Sculptor. They did get 4K after all, so I do think this is a fair option. Just get rid of that Sculptor and then try to get the hunter to play another character. Like, they have the ability to counter other meta picks, and so we're going to see later what survivors they pick. But right now, I think Priestess and Embalmer could also be the bans for a potential IVE, because IVE against Embalmer, once you leech on the Embalmer and like let's say you have full presence, and then they could just use their coffin if they get down, and you're still on cooldown to down the Embalmer. So I think Embalmer is actually a really smart ban, and it seems like Tianba right now will pick Coordinator and Mercenary, John.
Let's see, Coordinator, Mercenary. Yeah, so these are very strong characters too. Like I think this is like a solid rescuing team comp. I'm trying to think because you did mention IVE, but I also believe that Goatman is also possible with Bandies because Embalmer's Coffins ignores Goatman's like field control and then Priestess be like, oh Goatman, you trapped me in a cage, huh? Too bad, guess our portal out. But or at least I think a portal out. If I'm wrong, please let me know because I do not play Goatman.
Yes, you can if there's obstacles.
Oh, so basically even if you're caged, the portal can get you out of the cage.
So, for example, if like a rock obstacle is in between the cages and like you can portal off through that rock if it's outside of the cage.
Yeah, so actually Goatman is also still a possibility though. But we do know that Nino probably also have an opera singer, and really because this meta is just full of opera singer, the Shadow and Goatman, these three strongest characters are very good.
Yeah, and it seems like they're going to be banning Prisoner. Well, Prisoner, I think it just consolidates more on the Ivy because I don't think Goatman's really that scared of Prisoner,
Yep.
but Ivy, just Prisoner can decode fast, and it seems like Timba's going to be picking Psychologist in response. Just knowing if it's going to be an Ivy, I think Psychologist is a great option because you can heal, and if you chase the Psychologist first, it's going to take 3 hits, which we know is not the easiest thing for Ivy to do. And we're also going to be going to the last survivor band, which is Cheerleader. So that is just reading Ivy all for me, unless Nino has more tricks up their sleeve. So we're going to be seeing Acrobat being picked on the side of Tianba. I think they are absolutely anticipating an Ivy. I think Nino is most likely going to pick an Ivy, but we will see. Maybe Nino has something like, because they've already played Sculptor BO1 and I don't think a lot of hunters would even dare to do that. So who knows, maybe Nino might just pick something else. Sorry, Salted just joked about no thief in the band pick.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, why no thief? Haha. Well, so first of all, this team comp I think is very solid. I think the only issue they're facing is that their items can't be expanded out. So if like the hunter managed to drag this in a long game, the survivors will be a bit of a disadvantage. Because don't forget, the acrobat and the psychologist, both of them cannot pull out items from the chest. Meaning that if their items get expanded against the shadow, then they're gonna be running into disadvantage. So for Tianba, they have to opt to end this game fast because the longer this drags on, the more disadvantaged they'll be. And I'm almost certain that this is the shadow because, as you mentioned, this band pick has shadow, I almost said Scraddle, but has shadow screaming all over it.
Yeah, no, sorry, Jong. The hunter is not Scrabble. It will be the shadow that we are talking about. But yeah, I do think that it is still a playable character for the shadow, and we'll see if Tianba's personas will be in response to that. But of course, there could still be other hunters, and right now I think 5B are going through the phase of trying to pick a hunter. And yeah, like I think coordinator, like if you're not careful as Ivy and you get 100 corrosion and coordinator manages to shoot the gun, that will basically be just a full waste of 100 corrosion. And Acrobat just has the ability to dodge full presence if you ball just in time. Psychologist also not the easiest. And yeah, 5B, I knew that there was going to be some tricks up their sleeve, and it seems like they're going to be picking Hermit. Hermit just inspired, like, you know, great hunters like Aka has played Hermit. And against this team comp, I think it is still possible because Psycho doesn't really have a lot of ability, even though Psycho has extra health. Coordinator as well, after you use a gun, what else do you have to kite that Hermit? So it's not going to be as easy. And what do you think about this Hermit pick, John?
Well, actually, I just realized Hermit can also expand out everyone's items, and Hermit is also the king of long games because he can do a field control. And yes, he's gonna get nerfed, but that is like for next week. And the thing with Hermit is that Hermit like can slow down everyone's cipher, and yes, in theory, Psychologist does counter the Hermit, but the thing is that the Psychologist only helps herself. She cannot help her teammate, and she only has 1 extra tank. So for Hermit, this is actually possible because there aren't any survivors here that can really kite effectively. Even the Acrobat's bombs can like get pulled out if the Hermit pulls the stuns correctly, and the Acrobat is the only one that can remotely like do a decent kite. So I think it's really a 50-50 chance because Hermit is known to be very hard against like 4-man VC comms, but here's a 50-50, and so you can begin.
Yeah, and I think, well, what the saving grace that Tianba has is that this map that we're picking, we're going up against a map as like Lakeside. The downside of Hermit in this map is there's just so many obstacles if you're not in the open area. So if you're in the open area, you would want to try to avoid it if you're Tianba survivors. And like, let's say like in Big Boat, it's not going to be the easiest thing to place a stun or an electrocution on one of the survivors, though the ciphers are quite far away. So the good thing for Hermit is that the distribution is not going to be like for the survivors to travel through the map to try and get the ciphers going on. It might not be as fast as compared to a smaller map. So I do think that this will be a really, it's kind of a risky pick for the side of FB, side of 5B, but it will be a risk worth taking, and we will see if it's because Hermit is such a yes or is such an extreme character, whether you either get a win or a lose. So we will see how things go and how Tianba is able to counter that. And it seems like we're going to go into the lobby. Look at the personas, John. What do you think?
Well, they have free broken windows, and broken windows is fine because you can speed out of the Hermit's like charge thing. So yeah, that's persona like they are prepared. So, but I think it really depends on Hermit because Hermit has this is a massive map, and Hermit is stronger massive map because it'll be harder for survivors to get all their ciphers in time. So we have to see because yes, Nino did indeed play Hermit in the qualifiers. I think it was against RSJ. So we definitely should not count this Hermit out because he did do like perform decently. So yep, Nino is going to be spawning in between the court and the mercenary. So I'm gonna say this, LB has to make a run for it.
Yeah, LB very likely to be in the next chase here. It does have a gun to work with and also is equipped with 912, both flywheel and broken windows. So he is really expecting to get chased here. And I think the spawns on Tianba's side really makes sense. Shaq, you can kind of dodge around the stuns. Small boat, you can like rotate around the small boat area, and big boat's just not easy to chase a psychologist. And we're going to be going into the match right now, Zhang. We have a Hermit against coordinator, psychologist, acrobat, mercenary, and it seems like Hunter's not going straight for the coordinator. Connects the cipher now and sees the mercenary in the vicinity. The psychologist is going up the big boat, and mercenary is also going there. So I don't know if that's really I don't know if the mercenary really expected to get chased because the rotation seems a bit off, but mercenary is still going to go around big boat, and Psycho is also leaving the vicinity. Mercenary drops down.
That might just the hunter. And actually, yes, I just realized Hermit can indeed chase the mercenary because once your elbow pads are gone, then you're sitting duck. So I think Nino wants to burn the tide turner, and Immortal already used 2 elbow pads, which the speed of using the elbow pad is very fast, but unfortunately he misses that charge, allowing the mercenary to stay alive for now. Mercenary still has 1 more elbow pad to work with. Psychologist is going to swap, and I just realized that Nino connected the cipher in a way where only the psychologist can tank for him, so this mercenary might be taking lots of damage here.
Ooh, that's gonna be a first hit here for mercenary. Does try to use an elbow pad, but it's wasted. Hunter has warp available as well. We'll see if the hunter wants to shift target, because I don't really think chasing mercenary is really such a strong option just because of how long the chair time is.
Hold on.
Does put a blue charge on the hunter and is going to teleport. Doesn't manage to get the teleport, and the stun is still a few seconds away, and mercenary used all 3 elbow pads now. Oh my goodness.
Uses the warp here, so it seems that but actually he made a mistake here, meaning to stun, so that's a bit of a wasted charge. So mercenary actually now in half health, but he already has a blue charge. Hold on, I think the mercenary ate the charge that the hermit sent on the ground there. So now the mercenary will go down 1 hit because no one can tank for him. But Nino did miss that charge, so this is going to allow mercenary to stay alive longer for a bit longer. But if that charge hit, it would have been a disaster for like a team TB here. Oh, hold on, double stun and misses the hook swing.
Oh, that's such a big... Oh no! That should have been a hit! Mercenary is still kiting for more seconds because of that error! And this stun, Hunter has to still break the pallet. Is he able to get the down here? That's already 3 ciphers. Mercenary is still kiting even though he should have died just now. How did the Hunter miss?
Well,
Oh, now gets the down, but my goodness, it should have been a down earlier, and 3 ciphers already done. This is looking good for the side of Tianba.
well, we'll have to see about. Oh yeah, because of Hermit, once 3 ciphers are gone, then that means that once 3 ciphers are gone, that means the others are in a lot of progress, so the ciphers' progress are beyond enough. The one saving grace is that they do not have. No one else has Tide Turner, so whoever coming is gonna face the risk of getting like a farm. But
Yeah, but
yeah. Currently, I'm trying to think like how the hunter plays this out. The hunter must go berserk right now because no one is really getting close to down. Chasing the mercenary first may not be the best option because he did take a bit too long.
yeah, and the thing is, Mercenary can still rebound, but if he still gets a charge,
Oh!
he has to hit. Oh, does manage to get a hit. That was a beautiful hit on the Mercenary. It does seem like the ciphers both at 50. Acrobat maybe could take a charge and go for a rescue again, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. So we'll see who Tianba sends out to go for the rescue. I was about to say that Mercenary, if he takes a charge, that means that the Hunter is going to spread the cipher connections, because even if you give a blue charge, they could just change. Seems like LB is going to go for a rescue. The coordinator can use the gun to buy time. Manages to get a hit, didn't flywheel there. And we'll see if the coordinator is able to bring out the gun here. Seems like LB really wants to shoot the gun, but Mercenary getting caught and manages to get the stun. Great work. That is going to be a lot of time bought for Mercenary, but is that going to be enough for the ciphers to be done? Hunter uses warp. Cypher's still at 80. And the Mercenary needs to be down. Hunter is really trying to down, and Coordinator is even going to body block, even without bar time. Hunter manages to get the blue charge on, but the Psychologist can tank a hit, and the thing is, Mercenary is still not going to die. Coordinator gets down, doesn't have bar time though, Zhang.
Yeah, but that's okay because the thing is that if Nino chose a chair just now, the Merc can come and rescue because the Merc won't go down in one hit. But now that the Cyphers are forced to be popped because of a dangerous situation, but the Mercenary, yep, not going to be going down, but the cord is still on the ground, so let's see, will Nino be going back to pick up the cord? Seems like he's going to be it, so that's his best play, to pick up the cord and hopefully try to locate someone else from the outside field.
Nino just not having warp available to use as well, so it seems like it's going to be a very likely tree escape, but Nino still trying his best to chair the coordinator to front gate, and we'll see, did he connect? I didn't see if he connected the gates, but seems like he's going to go for Norton. The other gate is at 71, so it seems like, I think the gate's open, and Psychologist is going to leave now. If he doesn't, he's going to get hit. Yeah, Psycho gets out, and it seems like a very... Oh, Coordinator got rescued! What? I didn't even see that, John. Did you see that?
Yeah, I was trying to find like where did the acrobat went just now. So yeah, Nino doesn't seem to know which direction, and he thought that they're going back at the front gate, but in reality, everyone is rushing towards the back gate. So things are not looking good for Nino. This is not even a free escape at this point.
Oh no! This is going to be a 4 escape for the side of Tianba. The warp isn't ready. Still 6, 5 is not enough. They're getting off the gate. Can they make it? The acrobat using the bomb. The coordinator doesn't have anything. Warp. They need to warp now, but it's too late. That is going to be a 4 escape on the side of Tianba. Oh my goodness, Zhang. That is big.
Oh my goodness, what on earth did I just witness there? Yeah, like, Nino wanted to play for a tie there, but unfortunately in doing so, he gave out too much distance and allowed Acrobat a free rescued. And yeah, that just turned bad. I think he misjudged the front gate progress because like based on where the last cipher is and there's always like someone around. Because when the court is blocking for the mercenary and they carried out for so long, this means that there must be someone at the front gate. So in reality, if you want to stop a gate, you do not stop the front gate because it will be popped. Someone is already there waiting. It should be the back gate. His chances may be better if he goes to the back gate to stop whoever's popping at the back gate there, and then try to go back for the cord. And the second thing is that his warp was actually a bit off, like his second warp. When he wanted to get the Merc down, he warped too far, so the cord can block for him, so that was a bit of an error on Nino's part. Like, he definitely had chances, but he made a few critical errors there.
Yeah, Nino seemed very nervous that match, missing the hit on the mercenary at the start, using the blue charge as well when it should have been red. There's just quite a lot of mistakes just riddled among the match, and it's just so unfortunate. I think the right move was to still just make sure the coordinator gets eliminated, no one rescue, and going for the gate is just such a risky thing, and Acrobat capitalizing from that, and all they had to do was just leave through Shack gate because warp was used. because they popped early as well. So, wow, what a match! That is such a important for escape for Tianba, because right now that just means that the hunter on Tianba's side just needs a 1k to take down this round, Jong.
Yep, with that, we're going to be taking in a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
给你寄来一封快信，
熟悉的羽毛笔，字迹清晰。
金苹果消失的未解之谜，线索全部告诉你，做好笔记。
12月30号，赛事直播间报道。
12点开赛，看准时间表。
自校机器人已经备好。
IVE 总决赛，对你汪的尖叫。
IVE 总决赛 ，IVE 都来看吧 ，IVE 总决赛 ，IVE 都来看吧。
处子在势力，准备邓英。
3把积极出击，让你打出技技。
遇上完全体是你们的荣幸，让我告诉你，奇迹对如其名。没有捧杯就等我觉醒，这次看我登顶。
狼王归来，我是你们的 king。
战队齐聚，开足马力，冲向顶点，夺下胜利。IVE 总决赛 ，IVE 都来看吧 ，IVE 总决赛 ，IVE 都来看吧。
12月30日，记得来第5人格赛事直播间收看 IVL 总决赛，一起在新的一年见证新的胜利。
Welcome back to Armor 6, everyone. Who was that handsome man, Jong?
I don't know, like that guy dancing just now must be a complete idiot, because I do not know who that person is. Even though that person is called Invisible Jong, I do not know who that is.
Wait, why did you make that video, Jong?
Oh, because I made a dare back in Koa 6, like it was the finals between Do5 and GG, and I wanted Do5 to win so bad, so I like made this there. Is that if Do5 wins, I'll dance as a celebration, and yeah, we all know what happened.
Oh yeah, Do5 won. I almost forgot about that. COA6 is just it felt like a fever dream.
Yeah.
But you know what else felt like a fever dream, Jong?
Uh-huh.
This RMR 6 second half just ended for Tianba and 5B, and Tianba survivor side getting a 4 escape against 5B's Hermit. It's just such a big result. I was not expecting this. That Hermit seemed like an okay pick, but just like got nervous and just lost the just got lost to an Acrobat's going for a sneak rescue
Yep.
against the coordinator.
Yep, exactly. Like, so far, like, after TB got 4K, they're going to be like, well, even you 4K us once, I'm not going to let that affect my performance. And them returning a format escape. So now 5B Survivor, ideally they will want to do that too, but it's going to be very hard considering this is a hunter-sided meta, and also it's just hard to get every man out to begin with. So maybe the best they can do is to play for free man and lower the points deficit.
Yeah, like as well as a map like Lakeside Village. Right now, what Tianba wants to do is they want to guarantee a 1K, so bring out that IVE, even sometimes Opera, like Goatman. Maybe even if you want to really play it safe, just a Disciple, maybe even a Bloody Queen. Well, Bloody Queen's not really that effective in this meta, but like just a character that you want to guarantee that 1 kill with, and all you have to do is just chase down 1 character and make sure to take this round, because a 4 escape in Lakeside it's just such a rare thing to happen, but Tianba pulling off that is such a feat. Like it is such a incredible match, really, John.
Yep, it definitely is. And really, Tianba's definitely showing themselves why they deserved, why don't count it out despite they got 4-man eliminated. So we are going to be moving into the second round soon, as currently like both teams are definitely have to be very careful. And here, ideally, like the pressure is not on Tianba's Hunter because he only needs a 1-man, and we know from ISO that he has an Opera Singer and a Goatman too. Because really, this meta is really the meta of these 3 strong hunters, and for escaping these strong hunters are definitely very hard.
Yeah, and for the side of F5B right now, they really just want to close the deficit to as close as possible to Tianba as possible, because don't forget, because the first round ended in a tie, so there is a guaranteed third round, so it will be BO3 happening, even regardless of whatever result that 5B gets. So right now, what they want to do is they want to try to get as many escapes as they possibly can, so that they will try to bounce back on the third round. So just don't count them off just yet, because 5B might not be done with Tianba. It might have been a 4 escape on Tianba's side, but it doesn't mean that 5B will go down with a battle.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Right now, we are going to go into the ban pick phase, John.
Yep, definitely. So we have the Antiquarian and the Priestess being the first to ban. As we can see, Prospector, Psychologist, and Gravekeeper sitting in the global bans. No Psychologist will be a bit hurtful for team like 5B or Anon, because they're going to be missing like a long-range healer that they potentially need should there be an IVE. And also a Goatman, because the Goatman, the way to counter a Goatman is to have like the survivors to be as thick health as possible, like a tank. Psychologist is a tank. Puppeteer is a tank, Barmaid is a tank, and Seer's a tank, and they're missing one of the tanks they need. As ISO already banned Anti and Priestess, so far no indication on whether it's Goldman or Opera Singer. But we're gonna be seeing if like Team 5B will be banning the Opera Singer, or will they be letting it out and face off and ban the Goatman instead?
Well, yeah, I think right now 5B, it's either they want to play risky or they just want to take the tie and try to go for a win on the third round. And it seems like, 5B is going to be banning Dream Witch. So just Goatman is out, Ivy is out, Opera is still out in the round 2. They're just going to ban a Dream Witch. What do you think about this, John?
Well, first of all, I have not seen ISO play Dream Witch in the qualifier rounds. But maybe the teams know something that I do not know. But that means that the Opera Singer you mentioned is let out. Goldman also let out. Maybe here, Anon may would like to consider to snatch the Puppeteer and the Seer right off the bat because they need their survivors to be as fake health as possible in order to deal with both of these two, because Opera Singer and Goldman's weakness are like survivors that are tanky. So, but we are going to be seeing a different approach. It's going to be Mercenary and the Prisoner, but this is a very risky move, especially the Prisoner, because the Prisoner, Prisoner has a risk of going down fast against Opera Singer, and it's just gambling on whoever is playing the Prisoner will have to be in their perfect form. Jeff?
Sorry, it's a bit loud here.
Yeah. So yeah, Merc and Prisoner has been selected, and I was just mentioning that I feel like Prisoner is a highly risky move. Oh, okay, Jeff needs to deal with something, so I'll keep on talking on my own. Because Prisoner is actually decent against IVE, but IVE... But yeah, I'm not sure if ISO has an IVE, and also because that the IVE may be a bit risky, especially IVE is going to get nerfed soon. Oh, Seer has been banned, so maybe ISO is starting to lean towards the Goatman, because Goatman is really not afraid of the Prisoner, and the Mercenary, because Goatman, you travel very far, I can 2 cages and get next to you. But the Lakeside Village might be a weak map for the Goatman, because it's a massive map, and Goatmen tend to be weak at maps that are big, just because they'll be very hard to field control. I will apologize if I am wrong about this, but I feel like Goatman is... Lakeside is one of the maps where Goatman is weaker at. Once again, I apologize completely if I'm wrong, because I do not play Goatman.
Well, also, do you hear any sounds on the side of my...
No.
Sorry if it's... Oh, if you don't hear anything, okay, that's good. So, here's my analogy of a Goatman. The thing is, I actually heavily disagree with you, Jong, because
I do not play
think
Goatman, so yeah.
Lakeside is actually one of the best maps for Goatman, just because there is so much transition space. Like Lakeside, yes, there are palettes that are gathered together, but they're not close enough together as compared to some maps like Arms Factory or Sacred Heart Hospital, where their palettes are close together. Where for Goatman and Lakeside, you could just block off the available palettes and force the survivors to transition. And the thing is, there's just so many transition spaces for Lakeside. That's why it might not be a really good map for Sculptor, it might not be a really good map for Opera Singer, but it is a good map for Geisha. It is a good map for Goatman in that same sense, because there is just not a lot of things you can do. And also, we're gonna be continuing with the ban pick. It seems like after the Seer ban, they're picking Toy Merchant, and I really love this pick because right now, 5B really needs to bring out all the survivors they can to try to get a win. And Toy Merchant being a really off-meta pick, Jong. I love this. What do you think about it?
Well, Toy Merchant actually received a buff where he can, per my memory, he can now allow the survivors to that will expend out items to grab another item, namely the Merc, and probably the next survivor that can too. So yeah, her support ability has definitely improved a bit. So yeah. Oh, and you just mentioned that Opera is not good at this map, which I also disagree, because Opera is strong at this map. Pretty much the same reason as why you mentioned the Goatman is strong too. Just boom, boom, fast, fast, fast. And
I would consider this map a bit tough to play for Opera. Obviously, Opera is just good in any map, but comparatively to other maps, I feel that Opera in Lakeside is not the most optimal because, I mean, you have areas like Big Boat, which isn't really that easy to traverse through. But yeah, I do think that you have a good point though.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing Puppeteer bans. So yeah, ISO is the final bans from ISO side is starting to lean towards Opera or the Goatman, which both are possibilities here. So Puppeteer. So yeah, ISO here definitely is leaning towards those two meta picks. So for Anon, they have to pick maybe the Gardener. Gardener can deal with the Opera Singer, and for Goatman, I'm not too certain. Can last a bit longer. But the annoying thing with Gardener against the Goatman is that, oh no, I got cage. Boom, I got hit with a bubble, and the cage is still there. And also that's the same thing with Wildling against Goatman. oh, I got hit with a board, the cage is still there, I cannot get out of it. So it is really these type of things that made Goatman very strong, especially it's impossible to transitional kite against it.
Yeah, I do agree with the Gardener pick. I do think that they need a character, if they really want to increase the upper boundary, they need a character that is able to pick up items. So maybe also Coordinator is also possible. But it seems like 5B is going to go with a Cheerleader, which... sorry, I think chemistry-wise, Cheerleader is more of a comfort pick, but it doesn't really have a lot of chemistry of the other characters. Like, you can only really cheer for your own speed boost and also the mercenary elbow pads. But for Toy Merchant and Prisoner, they won't be receiving the cheerleader buff. So I do think that it's more of a comfort pick, and potentially they might try to counter an Ivy and maybe a Goatman. What do you think, Zhang?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. It definitely does not have a lot. So I think they're trying to do transitional kites here. And I'm not too sure about how Cheerleader would work against the Goatman. I don't think it would work that well, just because transitional kite and then boom boom 2 cages and you're dead. And no matter if ISO plays Opera or the Goatman, I feel like it's a very very advantage situation against this team comp. Like the Toy Merchant maybe can fly, but I think with the help of Goatman's cages, the Toy Merchant will just end up flying back in place.
Yeah, and I think right now for the side of Tianba, if they really want to secure a 1K, like I think Goatman is just the right call, because you can pretty much, if the Cheerleader is caught in nowhere, they can't really use the speed boost if you cage correctly. Toy Merchant can't really transition because you can just place a cage, boom, you're in front of the Toy Merchant. Where can they fly to? And for Prisoner, you only have a stun to work with, so that's 1 extra second. But it does not mean that he's going to kite that well against Goatman. So personally, I think Goatman's a great option. However, I do think that someone like Opera, like Ivy, it is still possible, and like even Disciple is also like very much playable if you just want to chase the Prisoner. Like, there are just plenty of options right now for the side of Tianba, and I think whichever one that they feel comfortable the most getting a hunter, getting a hunter 1 elimination is all they need to do. And it seems like Tianba is going to pick Opera.
So you can begin.
Yeah, so that will be the same as round 1 where they picked the Opera, just using it against 5B. I do think that there is potential for 5B to kite this Opera, just because Lakeside is such a big map, and maybe they could work some magic. But we will see, as right now I think they're going to the Legendary, not showing it just yet. But yeah, what do you think more about Opera against this team comp, John?
Opera is very strong against this team comp. The only thing that can possibly deal with is the Toy Merchant's catapults, but once they both got destroyed, then like the Toy Merchant is a sitting duck. And the second is that you mentioned the synergy, because Cheerleader's cheers can't really give with anyone apart from the Merc's elbow pad, which is only like 3 seconds. The second thing is that the Toy Merchant can really only throw items to the Mercenary. So I'm not that too understanding this team comp from Team 5B or Anon's side, because it doesn't synergize well with each other, and I think they'll be heavily relying on personal kite, which is not even that strong here.
Yeah, and right now I think we're going to move into looking at their personas. Right now we're seeing Toy Merchant also bringing Tide Turner, Prisoner bringing 912, so they're really gunning for it. I think they really want to win against this Hunter, and I love the passion from that. And looks like the spawn, oh, Mercenary is gonna be at, oh wait, hold on, wait, where's Mercenary going? Oh, Cheerleader, oh, what are they doing? Are they opening? Oh, okay.
What
so
is this?
That was so chaotic. Hunter, Cheerleader at shore, Toy Merchant at big boat I think is just great, but Prisoner at small boat. Hunter just spawning right next to the Prisoner, so I think right now for Tianba, if I was the opera singer, I'd be like, hey you, Prisoner, I am going to chase you until the end of time and make sure that you die, just to secure that 1 elimination for Tianba.
Yeah, I I think over there the prisoner is pretty much holding a huge neon sign saying "Chase me first" because he's left out in the open. I mean, he has the entire area to work with, and he has both broken windows and flywheel effect. But as an opera singer is very, very strong chasing ability. It'll be very hard to force escape, as ideally, Team 5B will want a force escape or at least a free escape in order to reduce the point deficit.
Yeah, and right now we're going to see the hunters going straight to the prisoner in small boat. Well, I think small boat for prisoner trying to do it, and wow, just manages to connect. That's really fast hands. I don't think my prisoner could ever do that. But prisoner right now kiting around small boat. Hunter could use the teleport. Is the hunter going to teleport? Yes, the hunter will. And prisoner uses the stun and slams the pallet. Good work from prisoner. And then goes around to the second pallet. Oh no, just vaults the window and is going to rotate to small boat Zhang.
Yeah, actually I like the fact that the opera did not dash just now because he knew there's a possibility the prisoner would go for a stun. Manages to glide through there but not being able to evade the first hit, and prisoner trying to dash through to that window. Can he make it though? He's going to be very close one. Makes the vault and barely misses it, but the hunter ISO is right at his tail. Star will have to make everything count. Uses the flywheel effect, but now he revealed the fact that he has no borrowed time and he's still going to go down.
Well, yeah, that's going to be a down without blink as well, around 60 seconds into the match. So really early down for Survivor side. Prisoner just running into nowhere and then just getting caught off by the opera singer. And right now, opera singer is trying to sniff out this rescue and manages to remove the connection. The good thing for FB right now is they do have 2 tight turners, but against opera singer, it's just so hard. It's so hard to work with. Mercenary is able to pull off the rescue, uses 1 elbow pad, manages to take the hit right now, and just uses tight turner on prisoner. They're kind of running the same way, but no. They're splitting now, and prisoner seems like he's going to die small boat, but running back to the mercenary. Will Hunter chase mercenary? No, it's still just going to play it safe, and prisoner connecting a cipher. But that feeds full presence to the opera singer, and it doesn't seem like the mercenary has left the vicinity just yet, John.
Yeah, and look at the cipher. 5 still remaining because like the prisoner went down sort of a bit too fast. And I mean, the prisoner sort of ran out in the open and didn't really utilize the windows. Because I think these window areas by the small boat is actually one of the few places in this map where it's kiteable against an opera singer, because these windows will not get exhausted unlike the pallet areas, but he sort of went there too late and ended up dying very fast. So now the survivors will probably have to play to get a tie because they do not want to get 4 man and get 4K. But Mercer here actually elbow padded on the wall and ends up getting hit. So now the Mercer will go back and then ISO here can definitely go back and he's able to catch the prisoner and a cheerleader there.
Well, this cheerleader has to really last long for the prisoner to survive, but keep in mind, the hunter has blink, and the prisoner is dying away from the cheerleader. Hunter's not even going to hit the chair. Manages to get a stun, and now prisoner is going to get down here. Didn't get enough stacks, and that's going to be the one elimination that Tianba is looking for. Mercenary is still down. The ciphers are not enough. I don't think it's just going to be a 1K for the side of Tianba, Zhang.
Definitely not. I think it's really the question of if the survivors can really even get a 1-man escape, because keep in mind that, as I mentioned before this game, this team comp is very bad against an opera singer because they don't have anyone that has close range kiting abilities, and they also don't have any tanky survivors because Cheerleader already got hit, and yes, you have two acceleration, like 2 inspiration, but what would that do against an opera singer? Because we can see there's right on the tail, it goes for a blink hit, gets the hit on the pallet, which is a very risky move, but it paid off for him.
Yeah, almost for a second I thought it was gonna be a pallet stun, but now Cheerleader down and chair 3 ciphers remaining. This is just not looking ideal at all for the side of 5B, because if this opera singer, remember, if they get a 4K, that would be a 10-point lead for Tianba. So right now 5B really needs to fight. Toy Merchant still has flywheel, Toy Merchant still has tie turner, but doesn't seem like the Toy Merchant is coming for rescue. It's gonna be Mercenary instead. Uses the elbow pad, beautiful, but doesn't get a hit, and then it's gonna pull off the rescue. Hunter doesn't even try to get a terror shock. Now this cheerleader needs to rebound for a long time in order for 5B to pull out more ciphers. Can they do it, Zhang?
Yeah, because the cheerleader doesn't have really inspiration. Oh, a very nice palette, and that is how you kite an opera singer, like playing around these palettes, and evades another hit. This cheerleader is very slippery from 9S side, and we can see that the Toy Merchant set up a catapult nearby, so the hunter knows it, and the hunter is positioning himself very carefully to not let Night get any close. And now Cheerleader already got her first cheer out. So this Cheerleader is definitely buying some time for the Hunter, or rather for his teammates there. Or her teammates, yeah.
But it's a down. Unfortunate. I do think 5B is still fighting though. I really love to see the spirit, but right now Cheerleader and there's still 2 ciphers remaining. That's just not enough progress. So it seems like right now the Toy Merchant has to go for rescue and Mercenary is decoding short, but Hunter's just going to pressure that cipher. And just things still don't look good for 5B, even though the Cheerleader manages to dodge quite a few hits. Toy Merchant flying all the way to try to rescue a Cheerleader. This Tide Turner needs to pull off, and the Cheerleader needs to kite long enough for them to finish the ciphers. Hunter seems like he's going to go for Terror Shock now, but doesn't manage to get a hit. Doesn't charge attack and hit the Cheerleader. Cheerleader needs to kite, really needs to kite long. Drops the pallet and is going to play around this pallet. Vaults the pallet, but that's going to be a hit. And Tide Turner doesn't really matter because Cheerleader is going to die after this. And that's still 2 ciphers remaining for the side of 5B. It's looking like a 4K, Jong.
Yeah, like the Cheerleader slow vaulting that unfortunately was fatal. And now if we look at it, the 2 ciphers remaining, one is already like about to be popped. But I think this is a situation where there's 2 survivors playing for a 1 cipher situation, which is beyond enough. So really at this point this is a slow death situation because the Mercenary, that's elbow pad, but that's his last elbow pad. The moment he gets down, the Toy Merchant is going to get chased in the long range.
Yeah, and we see Mercenaries getting hit. Toy Merchant Cypher at 57. Hunter not teleporting just yet. Seems like he's trying to go for it. Yes, does go for the teleport. Cypher's at 70. Toy Merchant leaves with the catapult. But Mercenary is forced to use self-heal and then probably has to decode another Cypher. So it is still a very likely 4K. Gets the pallet stun. Beautiful. Toy Merchants get... Oh my god, that was beautiful. And 5B is still fighting even though it's like... 4 elimination situation. They still want to get that 1 escape, maybe potentially true dungeon, and who knows if the Hunter really slips up, it could still be a tie. But I don't really think that is possible. But we'll see what 5B can do if they're fighting because they're really trying to kite this opera.
Oh yeah, but I'll show you the game after the match. But okay, with that the Toy Merchant gets hit and is in half health now, so Opera Singer will be completely and there's the other catapult to use. Just now the Hunter not breaking that catapult is gonna come back to haunt him because now the Toy Merchant is able to buy a bit more time, but unfortunately still not being able to kite this one out. We can see the Mercenary already healed himself out in the long distance, but the Mercenary, what the Mercenary can do is very limited because if we look, the 3 remaining ciphers are at the same side of the map, and there's nothing the Mercenary can really do because the Opera Singer will be guarding around and the Mercenary cannot get close. So maybe the Mercenary should dig through a chest and try to find a syringe, but hold on because the Mercenary and the Hunter is getting closer and closer now. And
yeah,
he went to basement.
Now, all the Hunter has to do now is just make sure both survivors use up self-heal and just chair them. Right now, Hunter sniffing out the Mercenary, gets tinnitus and tries to go and look for Big Boat. Does Hunter know that the Mercenary is inside the basement though? Doesn't seem like Mercenary got a football though. That is really some good luck. I wish I had this luck in my rank matches.
Well, Mercenary's nickname is now called 4, but hold on, the other side.
Doesn't use the rugby ball in time, unfortunately. And Hunter's just gonna TP straight to make sure that the cipher's not done. Toy Merchant using the catapult for a 3rd time to escape this opera. But I don't really think it matters. They both have Tide Turner and there's just not a lot of kiting ability to work with. The pallets here are used and it just seems like a very solid 4K.
Yeah, because the Toy Merchant doesn't have any items to work with without the catapult, so now the Hunter can literally just walk straight and down goes, and with this hit, this is going to be signaling the official 4-man elimination because... because at this point of time, both survivors does not have self-heal, so yeah, they're just playing around here, having fun, chill. But with 2 survivors with no self-heal, this will be a 4-man elimination, meaning the Team Tianba got the win in the 2nd round by a 10-0, now completely having a massive lead ahead of 5B heading on to the 3rd round.
Yeah, and that just means that Zhang, right now Tianba just needs 1 point in the next round. Just a 1 escape or a 1K basically means that they qualify through to the next stage. And right now 5B has to return a 10-0, otherwise they are eliminated, and that is just really high stakes, Zhang.
Definitely very high stakes, and honestly, I just felt like this team comp wise on 5B definitely leave a lot to be desired, because you already saw ISO's opera singer in the first round, and choosing this team comp that is highly vulnerable against an opera singer, it definitely leaves a lot to be desired, because it's almost like inviting an opera singer, and they definitely paid for letting out the opera singer like that.
Yeah, and I think honestly, yeah, they had to ban either Opera Singer or maybe even other hunters, but banning Dream Witch, I think this team comp, in fact, against Dream Witch is still fine, but the fact that they didn't do that and like just letting the Opera Singer chase the prisoner is also, the prisoner just small boat, yes, you have the 2 palace to work with, but after that, there's not really a lot of good areas to transition, and therefore Hunter just capitalized over that. Doesn't even use a blink to down the prisoner. I don't even think the Hunter used blink the whole time chasing the prisoner. So yeah, that's just couldn't kite long enough for 5B to survive. And right now they're going into the BO tree with just an absolutely 10-point deficit. And right now it doesn't really look good for FB, but there will still be matches going on, and we will go back to that later. Right now, we are going to take a short break, and we will see you in round 3.
I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过。
对视，但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子一起上课，我也想他和其他孩子一起啊。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候 就非常自己在。
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过。
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子一起上课。我也想他和其他孩子们一起。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不只会是玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在。
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过。
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子一起上课。我也想他和其他孩子们一起。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back with more IMR action. I'm your caster, Invisible Joan. Joined by me is the lovely fanboy Paulu, as we're going to be heading into the BO. We're going to be heading into the BO3 first half, and currently things are not looking good for Team 5B because Team TB have, like, after the first round is a tie, the second round was a 10-0, meaning that Team TB only needs a 1 point to end this game, and Team 5B must get a 10-0 to bring this game into an overtime here, Jeff.
Yeah, any points from Tianba's side means that they just will qualify and most likely face, I think, the losers of the winners bracket between...
So you can begin.
I believe it's between IVE and... Wait, was it between IVE and Yappers? Or, oh, wait, no.
Oh, no, this is the losers bracket. Like, for those of you... Because like we had a bit of a time swap, so this is a losers bracket match here, which means that whoever loses this game will be eliminated from Manor Regulars for good. So for those of you who don't remember, this is a recap of the bracket. This match playing is the losers bracket. So whoever loses here will be eliminated for good, and the winners will advance towards the next round, and they'll be playing against either LN or VC, depending who drops down.
Yeah, so right now, Tianba absolutely has the upper hand, just dominant with 10 points. And just going into this round, I feel that their strategy right now is to either just get a 1 escape or a 1k. But it seems like 5-piece Hunter is going to go first. So that means that as soon if Tianba gets a 1 escape, it would basically just secure their placings in the next round, either against LN or against VC.
Oh, definitely. So currently, both sides have to be a bit careful and hold on. Like, can I talk for a bit because I forgot to reset the ban pick screen, so I need some time to fix it.
Yeah, so John will be fixing the ban pick screen, and I'll just talk about the next map. Seems like we're going to go into Ever Sleeping Town. I know it's not on the screen yet, but it will be soon. But yeah, Ever Sleeping Town is just a great map for hunters. You can play so many hunters in Ever Sleeping, so all Tianba probably has to do is just pick a hunter that they like, or if they have to go survivors, well, then right now I think they would try to go for like the safe picks, try to just get one man out, like your embalmer, your maybe your psychologist, just to keep things solid. And for the side of 5B, they need a hunter that has 4k potential. And well, not to be biased or anything, but personally, if it was Ever Sleeping Town and I had to pick a 4k hunter, do you know which hunter I would pick, Jong?
Breaking Wheel,
so hard to guess. Well, yeah, if it was me, I'd pick Breaking Wheel. But jokes aside, there's just many 4k hunters you can play. Like, you can just go Hermit, and like even Goatman, IVE, Opera, if you stick to that meta, there's still so many options, and you can't ban all of them. And right now, we'll be going into that ban pick phase, and it seems like 5B is banning Priestess and Embalmer. They don't want survivors who can potentially rebound. They just want to go with strong hunters. And Tianba banning out the Wax and Opera, so it seems like they have done their research on Vamp Jane. And yeah, 5B has also swapped their hunter from Nino to Vamp Jane. And then we'll be moving on selections of the survivors.
Yeah, so first of all, Wax and Opera. So if Vamp Jane Wax started main, because I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure as well.
Oh,
I don't have
but
data.
seeing that they ban like this, maybe they have maybe it is, maybe. So we're going to be seeing 4 in anti-current, but this is, I won't pick like this if all I need is a 1 escape to win the game. I'm gonna say this right here.
Well, maybe. I think 5B's hunter probably has a surprise pick, and we don't know what it is. But it seems like they're going forward and anti-Quarian. That's just a bold statement that they want to bait out the excitement, because anti-Quarian and forward, just if I was the hunter, I'd be saying, oh dear goodness, how am I gonna deal with these two survivors? They are
oh my goodness, just look at this team comp. Just look at this team comp.
And just psychologists getting banned, but Cowboy getting picked. Cowboy, just another sign of hostility from the side of Tianba. They really want to get out that excitement. Goodness, if I was hunter, like, I don't know, I'd even be playing undead at this point, because I don't want to deal with any harassment.
Oh, if I was the hunter here, I would have been like a rage quit type of situation. Like, how many harassers are there?
Yeah, like, I'm not even joking about the undead pick, because it seems like you just need, like, what kind of hunters can't you harass? Maybe even an IVE. So actually, if this is also kind of risky for the side of Tianba. If Vamp Jane has an IVE, this survivor side might not be that easy to harass against that IVE. So right now, we're also going to be looking at the 4th survivor ban. It's going to ban Doctor.
Oh wait, received already?
Yeah, they banned Doctor.
Oh my
5B
goodness.
just banned Doctor.
What on earth is 5B aiming for here?
And Tianba picks another harasser character, Prospector. Goodness gracious.
Oh my goodness, I feel like all of a sudden I do not understand this game.
This feels like a Sui squad that just wants to go and bully the hunter until they surrender. Goodness gracious. Just so many harassers. God, I can't even keep up. Having one of these in my matches is enough, but all 4 of them? My god, John.
Yeah, like if I see this in my ranked matches, I'll be like, bruh, what on earth is this? So, first of all, what is Vamp Jane aiming for here? Like, there are 4 harassers, you have to choose a hunter that is not afraid of harassers. Like if you choose something like Clerk or like Wu Chang or like let's see, Ripper, like you know, just those who don't have much countermeasure against harassers, you are asking to get bullied hard. So like but seeing this, I know why they banned Wax Artist.
Yeah, Wax Artist was one of the potential counters, but just banning that out. Tianba looking like the mafia boss collecting rent from 5B's Hunter, but we'll see if 5B has 5B is able to respond, because my gosh, this team comp is just the sight of it is kind of scaring me, John. I don't want to face this, man.
Oh my gosh, I'll be sweating bullets if I see this in rank. I'll be like 汗流浃背了。
汗流浃背. I think it's not just sweat that's coming out from my body. It's going to be tears as well. So
oh my gosh, so it's like this in the chat. 5B pick 100 to be bullied with.
Yeah.
Oh, Soul Weaver actually works.
Oh yeah, well, oh
my goodness.
Not gonna be Soul Weaver, but a close counterpart. It is going to be one of the main casts for the Hullabaloo event. It's going to be Clown, Joker. The Clown is coming out. But against this team comp, like, yes, you can chase forward. Yes, Cowboy might not lasso that well to Pallets and Cyphers, but Prospector, Antiquarian can just cancel your Joker ability. So right now, Vamp Jane, probably a comfort pick, because I did not see this coming. Not even going with the meta like Goatman or maybe Ivy or Opera, just going straight for Clown. And we'll see if the side of Tianba brings a lot of flywheels, because flywheels will be their main response. So what do you think about this, John? About Clown?
Actually, Prospector doesn't work that well against a smiley face, because the thing is that yes, you can throw Magnet, but the smiley face will hit you first and then bounces out and cancel, and Assaulted you can begin. So actually, the only one in this team comp that is remotely good against this team comp is the against the Joker rather, is the Antiquarian. So there is a possibility here, because Ever Sleeping Town is also like a decent map for the smiley face, so there is a certain amount of chance that this would work. But we'll have to see, was Tianba prepared against the smiley face? Because like this depends on the number of flywheel effects they have. If they have no flywheel and they chose something like Broken Windows, then this might be a potential problem.
Yeah, I love the picks that 5B has been giving us. A Sculptor in BO1, a Hermit in BO2, even though it didn't get to full effect. And right now, BO3, a Clown. I don't think, has there even been a lot of clowns in Armor history, John?
Yeah, I don't even know if there has even been. So anyways, this is the potential last match. So for everyone in the chat, make sure to let out your cheers, because if Vamp Jane here does not manage to get a format elimination, this will be over for Team 5B, because this is the losers bracket match. So let's see. Oh, they do have two flywheel effects to work with, so that is fortunate on Team TB side. As now we can see the Grave, the Cowboy will be just spawning inside, and oh, this is the messiest spawn I've ever seen, honestly.
Well, this is usually what I see in my rank spawns, but it's not entirely terrible. We'll just have to see where the smiley face pick, because it would really determine the survivor that he chases. And right now, just a reminder that this smiley face needs an 4K. It seems like they're going to spawn in between the forward and the Cowboy, so personally, I might even try to go for the forward, because I don't know. I don't think he knows that the forward has Tide Turner, but if he can guess it, then forward is going to be an okay chase, because you can't really use your rugby ball to. You can't outrun the Clown. The Clown has much fast. The Clown's rocket is just so much faster than the rugby ball. And yeah, with that, we are going to go into the match. Joker against Antiquarian, Cowboy, Prospector, and forward, and let's see who chases first. Going straight for the forward as I expected, but LB just pulling away already. Oh no, not going for the forward. Going upstairs. Oh, picking up parts. I see.
Yeah, that's how you play a smiley face. Pick up parts first before you start doing anything. So the thing against the smiley face is that you do not decode dangerous ciphers early game when they have a lot of like infinite dashes. So you can see that Vamp Jane is just picking up a lot of parts here, and this is going to be inching closer towards the Prospector, who threw a magnet in advance so that the Vamp Jane would not have like an easy dash towards him. But he has to be very careful where he positions himself, because as I mentioned, he might get cancel attack recovery here. But a perfect control of the magnet, pulling the Hunter towards rather than bouncing away. And this is a very smart move in evading himself from getting like cancel attacked.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Prospector. The way you want to counter is you want a magnet early on the Hunter, and the Hunter can't really chase anymore. Almost gets hit by Tram. Hunter just doesn't even want to deal with the Prospector anymore. Going for an anti-Quarian, which is really, you turn left and you turn right against this team comp. Everyone is just strong against Smiley Face, and right now Hunter not even banning, not even picking out. Oh, anti-Quarian cancels the dash. Great job from the side of Immortal. I'm going to continue, and that's a smack on the Smiley Face. Insolence isn't ready yet, so he can't rock it just yet. Has Blink ready, is going to get a hit here. Great job from the Hunter side.
Yeah, like he's now going to continue the way towards the 4. The 4 is going to go for it, but not being able to get the stun. So now the 4 is going to get hit. So now, actually, this team comp on is not looking too good, because Vamp Jane still has the Blink to work with, and Antiquarian. Let's see, will he make this one count? But hold on, he seems like he has another idea and be going back for the 4 instead, because the 4 is the only one with Tide Turner.
Yeah, but the 4 is so far away, but he's catching in close, and that's the thing I talk about Rugby Ball, and he's not even going to make it to the pallet, and even disturbs the Prospector Cypher. I think the 4 tried to go heal with the Prospector, not expecting to get chased, and right now, on the side of Tianba, they don't have any Tide Turners to work with. However, the saving grace that they have is the Hunter has used Blink, so right now I think Tianba will be licking their lips and thinking, hey, it's our time to harass! And Cowboy goes for the flywheel, misses, but like, it's still forward, manages to buy time, and right now I think they're trying to keep this forward alive. Even Prospector is trying to harass this Hunter, and Zhang, this right now Hunter can't immediately get the forward, not even going for the window.
Oh! The dash was too short. It was like, you dash, I dash, you dash type of situation. But unfortunately for Vamp Jane is that he did not have the propeller or the infinite dash installed, so that means that he cannot go for infinite dash. So now Vamp Jane knows that he cannot touch the graveyard, because the graveyard is where the Smiley Face is a dead zone, and it's like exactly like the outfit that this Joker has right now, a prison.
Oh.
So right now he's only forced to go after this Cowboy, but that gives the open door for like the survivors to heal up, and the Cowboy still has a lasso to potentially work around with.
Yeah, well, I don't think the Cowboy is gonna last against this Rocket. Hunter just gets the down, but forward is healed up. And right now, 2 ciphers remaining. It's not really looking good on Joker's side. Just a reminder, he needs a 4K. So right now, I think he's doing the right option. He has to go around and try to dwindle down the survivor's health, because you can't really... Oh, manages to pick up the magnet, but you can't really chase the Prospector at this time. Oh! It's gonna be a very long stun! Goodness gracious! Hunter just not having excitement, and yeah, that's the thing about Prospector, like, you can counter Clown like that, like, but
actually manages to block that. That's a very good move from Norton here, who's playing Norton.
Another pout stun, and 1 cipher remaining. Prospector just really making the life hard for this Clown, and also this Clown is also low on parts, so it's going to be really hard. He has to play really abstractly to try to remove the survivors one by one, and you only have 1 Toronto forward. It's just looking so hard against this team comp, John.
Yeah, and I think the survivors right now, they can play this slow, like, while the anti-current is getting chased, their safest bet is to heal each other back up to make sure that everyone is in full health and do not like get down in 1 hit, which is exactly what they're doing here, as LB, the 4, will be decoding the last cipher. And I think right now Vamp Jane's opportunity is dwindling down here, because I just realized he does not even have the tension.
He only has insolence. What? Well, forward almost going down there, but doesn't seem like he will, and he manages to transition to graveyard, so Hunter can't even chase forward in time.
Hold on.
They get a terror shot. Oh no, uses the blink but doesn't get the terror shot. It could have been a second chair for the forward, but no, even Hunter, I think, realizes that it's just really hard to come back from this, because that blink was really the opportunity to try to get the forward on the second chair, but no, it did not happen. Such a shame. And right now, the survivors healing up. They're really doing a great job. They just want to play it slow and make sure that they get the one escape and not rush. And with 4 survivors, it is looking really grim on the side of the clan right now.
Yeah, the smiley face only chance. Oh, a nice flare effect there.
My goodness.
The smiley face's only chance was like when everyone was injured just now and the cowboy down, but he lost his only opportunity there. So, go for the swing. And at this point, the survivors can pretty much go all support because they have someone on the Cypher no matter what.
Yeah, and all they have to do is just get one escape, but the Cypher is just not being able to control it anymore. Hunter's not even going for the Cyphers anymore. And keep in mind, Hunter doesn't even have detention, so even if he downs someone, like, they're going to be at least half health and everyone can body block. Right now, it will see if the side of Tianba figures this out, and Prospector going to get a down here. Are they going to pop the Cypher? Doesn't seem like... Is anyone at the Cypher? What do they do?
Yeah, I'm actually a bit confused because they definitely have a Cypher Prime, but just now no one was actually at the Cypher. So that seems to me like a bit of like misplay there, but it doesn't really matter because now they have everyone rushing in. So the safest bet they have is to only send one person to rescue. But keep in mind, this is a smiley face. There's a chance you get Terror Shock and then downed the moment. So a smiley face's Terror Shock is very terrifying too.
Yeah, but even with a Terror Shock, I still think that they can guarantee a one-man, and doesn't really get the Terror Shock. Almost gets the hit of Cowboy, but not yet. Trying to bait out the hit, but Hunter hits the pallet instead. I think right now he needs to use the Rocket Dash to try to down this Prospector. But if you think about it, without detention, it's not even about a Fago Tree escape. Hunter, they're just gonna pop it, and if they realize the Hunter doesn't have detention, everyone can just rush the same gate. It's not looking good for 5B at all. Right now, this clown is just prone to so much harassment, and that's the thing about not bringing excitement. Blink's not even ready yet. They're all rushing to the gate. Remember, forward also has Ty Turner, and the gate's gonna open. Everyone's just gonna Everyone's just gonna escape. I don't know what that was, but Anticore is trying to swing the Hunter, but there's just nothing you can do.
FMJ knew that it was over, so they're just here, like, you know, having fun, because if it's going to be over, there was the Force Magician one. So with that, I believe we have a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
And let's congratulate Tianba taking down another 4 escape on the third round, first half. So that just means that it is going to be Tianba who qualifies, and 5B going down, but going down with a passion. I think they fought really hard, but Tianba, it's all about them. 2-4 escapes strong. That is not something you see every day. My god, yeah. And right now, like, Tianba is going to be facing it's either the loser between LN and VC, and just showing their strength, showing their might, just going a full harasser comp. My goodness. Like, I think picking Clown wasn't really the best option, just because Clown is also sometimes kind of prone to harassment. Like, I feel that, like, there could have been other hunters that could be picked, but at a stage like this, it is so unfortunate that they also didn't have insolence. They didn't have detention. They only brought insolence because they wanted the 4K. But Tianba just capitalizing on it, even brought Tight Turner back to the manor. And so right now, let's all congratulate Tianba, moving on to the next stage. And I don't know where Zhang went.
I was here the whole time. I was just waiting for you to be done. Yeah. And anyways, let's head into the interview VC, because as per tradition, the winning team has to send a member to die in the interview VC. So let's head over there. Yeah.
All right, let's.
Yep. So, hold on. Yeah, so while we're at it... Oh, hello, ISO.
Hello.
I was just laughing at Sosa changing his name to TB to confuse me.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, LB. So, yep, let's get the obvious question out of the way first. So you guys just won. How does that feel?
It was a fun match. So basically, my teammate really carries me a lot, and my hunter also carries me a lot. So basically, thanks to our hunter and thanks to our teammate for carrying us in the match. So yeah, it was a fun match, and I really moving on and get excited from the match after.
Oh yeah, speaking of the Hunter performed amazing today, having 2 format elimination, and especially, and I think for the first match too, because the first match it was just very like smart with how the opera played, and it's just very smooth. So I like want to go through us of how you went towards that 4K, like how amazing you are.
Wait, I forgot. So basically, our hunter really like practice each other a lot. So we basically taught him a lot of stuff, and I give him the greatest respect to my hunter because he's first time joining this competition.
Oh, his first time, but I've seen him play in qualifiers, and I've also seen him play today, and he definitely performed very amazing, getting a lot of 4-mans. And from what I know, he doesn't only have an opera singer, right?
Yes, he also have another character, but you will find out later on.
Yeah, I definitely will. No worries. Let's all keep that a secret. So, as on the survivor side, like, let's get into the BO2 first half 4-man, because that also pretty much sealed the deal for your team. So, want to go through as of how you achieved that 4-man?
So basically, thanks to our teammate Mercenary, he really kite 3 Cypher and more. So it was really nervous that time, and then we able to get our chance to for escape at the end game thanks to our friend Acrobat and also Psychologist. They opened the gate very fast.
From what I can see, that you really give your teammates a lot of high regards.
Yes, I almost put all of my faith into my teammates and our hunters.
Well, that's definitely the way to like proceed and to work on these tournaments. So you'll be playing against either it's either VC or LN depending on who like drops down to the losers bracket. So are you prepared for it?
Excuse me?
You'll be playing against either VC or LN depending on who loses and drops down to the lower bracket. So are you prepared for it?
Just do our best and we will win that.
Yep.
Yeah,
just do your best. So I'll be looking forward to see y'all play next week then.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, Jeff, do you have any questions you want to ask?
I think you could run us through your ideas on like the round 3, like how you felt going into round 3 with a 10-point lead.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, and like what was your thoughts when you were picking the survivors at that moment?
Well, at first of all, it was kind of nervous that I really scared they gonna play the hunter against us, but later on it turns out it's getting more fun to do the band picks that as we like. We pick our fun character to play so that we won't be we don't get too much stress inside the match.
Just to have fun and not stress too much.
Yes.
I see. That's definitely a way to do it. Yeah, anyways, so this will be the end of the interview. Thank you a lot, LB and ISO. And for people in the stream, so thank you for tuning in, and once again, congratulations to Team TV for advancing. For Team 5B, unfortunately, your Manor Regulars Chapter 6 journey ends here. I thank you for joining, and hopefully we'll see you all next time. So with that, we're going to be taking a break, and we'll see everyone after the break for the second match. See you in a bit. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. See you.
I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不只会吃玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在。
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子一起。我也想他和其他孩子一起。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不只会吃玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在。
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子一起。我也想他和其他孩子一起。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不只会是玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在。
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子一起。我也想他和其他孩子们一起。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不只会是玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在。
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子一起。我也想他和其他孩子们一起。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不喜欢这玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在。
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子
我也想
他和其他孩子们一起。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不喜欢这玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在。
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子
我也想
他和其他孩子们一起。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不喜欢这玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to more Manor Regulars action. I'm your caster once again, Invisible Jung, and joined by me is Fanboy Polu, and Jeff, thanks a lot for helping me out as I lack people today. So it'll be the two of us once again to bring you with the next match.
Yeah, upcoming right now, we have a really juicy match, that being IVE and Yappers. So in case you're not aware of who IVE is, basically, I think we're going to switch to the...
Oh,
yeah,
wrong.
so
this one, yeah.
Oh, whoops.
Oopsies.
Yeah, so we'll be introducing to you IVE right now. Look at these survivors. Good lord. We have 481 on that Prospector. We have PP on the Wildling, Panda on Weeping Clown, Jiang Mechanic. Like, these 4 survivors are just like... They're kind of meta, but also at the same time, like, they're also very scary. Like, if you put these 4 survivors together, like, make a great team comp. We also have Hetian and Jala. I faced these hunters before. I do not like facing them because they are very scary hunters. And we also have Yang on the Toy Merchant. Always love to see a Toy Merchant, and like, they're great names. And we'll be moving on to Yapper's roster.
Yeah, like for those of you who play in IVC, you definitely heard of those names. On Yappers, we have Riemi, Yuyo, Scythe, X, Valkyrie, and Abzab. And these are the 6 people for Team Yappers. So this will be a winner's bracket match, meaning that whoever loses this match will not be eliminated just yet, but they will be falling down to the loser's bracket where they have to like face off, like fight for more, while the winners will be advancing towards the semifinals, where they're going to be like at the winner's bracket final to battle for who advances to the finals. So yeah, these 2 teams definitely, if we look at in paper, IVE is the one more in advantageous because they have strong members from the IVC teams, and they also contain of members who are from Hetian last IMR, which, as I recap, like Team Hetian or IVE here, like they have 1 chapter 3, runners up in chapter 4, and 1 chapter 5 once again. So definitely for Team Yappers, they're looking to try and beat them down. And Sotet, you can begin.
Yep, so that's the indication that we're going to start band pick, and also we're going to just talk about the maps because they have already selected it. Right now, the map that we're going into will be Lakeside Village.
Oops,
oh, wait,
I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot. My bad.
Whoa, wait a minute. When did Yappers pick a club? But yeah, anyways, John will configure that for a bit, but we'll just talk about Lakeside Village. Just a really versatile map, just really hard for survivors to escape from this map, in my personal opinion. And with the new addition of Goatman, remember everyone that Goatman is allowed in this tournament, which I think is IMR is probably one of the first few tournaments to allow that. So Goatman in this map is very strong, and we have seen IVE play Goatman with both their main hunter and sub hunter. So even though their hunter is gonna play in the second half, but we can say for sure that like we are expecting to see a Goatman, but also like even an Opera, even an Ivy is still very good at this map. But right now, it is the side of Yappers that has the hunter pick. So X will be hunting against Panda, Jiang, PP, and 481. X is pretty much known for having a Soul Weaver and Night Watch, I believe. Am I correct, John?
Yes, we've actually seen X play a very, very much Soul Weaver, like in the preliminary rounds. So yeah, the hunter was not ISO. I forgot to change that. It's fixed now. So if it's a Soul Weaver, then Ivy definitely does know that. So oh my gosh, yeah, can you talk for a bit? My mouse is disconnecting.
It's okay, but yeah, I'll continue. Where like for the side of IVE, we'll see if they've done if they've done their homework and see if they want to counter the Soul Weaver, or they're just going to expect X to just pick Meta Hunter. And it seems like we're going to go into the ban pick. Yapper's Hunter X has banned Priestess and Seer, so just a very standard bans. I would say, like, back then, like in the old meta, you always see Priestess and Seer getting banned, so this is more of a comfort pick. I think I do that myself too. And we're going to talk about IVE's first two survivors. They have picked Patient and Merc. So Patient being an interesting choice. I think Patient against Soul Weaver is not necessarily the best option, because even though you can use Hook, the Soul Weaver can just use their threats to just catch up. And seems like X has also banned Antiquarian, so you just don't want any harassment. And also this also potentially calls for an an Opera as well. Just you don't want to deal with the Antiquarian, because Soul Weaver sometimes you can just use the webs to just catch up, and sometimes Antiquarian might not be able to react in time. Seems like IVE picking Embalmer for their third pick, so Patient, Merc, and Embalmer, and also X banning out the Puppeteer, and IVE also picked Acrobat. So right now this team looks really strong against a potential, like, say, an IVE. And against Opera, I think it's still okay. It's just whether or not IVE has done their homework against potentially a Soul Weaver, we will see. And also we are not sure that if X will pick Soul Weaver just because, but we do know that they have a really strong one. And yep, it is confirmed that Soul Weaver will be selected on X side, and IVE right now, with the Merc, Patient, Embalmer, and Acrobat. John, what do you think about this?
And first of all, I'm just saying you talked for the entire 2 minutes.
Yeah, sorry about that. Oh my gosh.
So yeah, first of all, like, since you talked about too much, let me recap through it. Soul Weaver against this team comp, I think Soul Weaver may have a bit of an advantage here, just because there isn't, like, anyone that can really kite Soul Weaver that well. Acrobat and Patience items can be exhausted, and Soul Weavers can be slow and save up the webs. But the saving grace for Team IVE is that they have Embalmer here to, like, use for a long range revive. I think they selected this in case also, like, X decides to surprise them with an opera singer on their own. But since there's not so I think Soul Weaver have a bit of an advantage, but I can see this team comp working out, because really it's just the battle of the Patient and Acrobat against the Soul Weaver, like whose kiting skills is better, like a 1 versus 1 type of situation here.
Yeah, keep in mind that even though they have transitional items, that I think
so
if they pull off at the right moment, it can pose a bit of a threat to the Soul Weaver. Like, say you use all 3 threats and you try to hit the Acrobat, but wait, Acrobat uses the ball, and just to get enough distance to dodge that hit, that would be really crucial. And if IVE is able to do that, then that would be tough on X's side. But we will see about this, because I would say it's a double-edged sword. There are instances where IVE survivors can handle the Soul Weaver pretty well, but there are also instances where they can't, and Soul Weaver will get the advantage through that. And the lobby hasn't started yet.
Yeah.
What do you think, John, going into this match?
Well, I think here X is the one that probably has to, like, step his game up. But the good thing is that Soul Weaver is that she's not afraid of, like, wandering around early game, because she can wander around, save up threads, and then find a target and then couple of webs in a row. But the thing is that the Embalmer's Coffin pretty much counters the Soul Weaver as a long range respawn. So yeah, I think as I said before, I believe it's a 50-50, but the saving grace is that there is no harassers in this team comp, and Soul Weaver does not like getting harassed mid-chase, so that's the one saving grace here. But I think it really depends on who is the one getting first chase, because it could be anyone apart from the Merc.
Yeah,
oh yeah, hold on, one more thing I want to mention is I want to see Soul Weaver's the personas they brought, and yep, they did indeed have 3 broken windows, because Soul Weaver does not like broken windows, so it seems like they are prepared against the Soul Weaver.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing the spawns right now. I also want to mention that Soul Weaver skin is absolutely beautiful. Just a little side note. And Patient spawning in Small Bow. Acrobat debating whether he wants to spawn next to the Patient or inside Shrek. Personally, I think Shaq is a bit better. Oh, seems like Merc is gonna go down to front gate, so that means that the hunter is split between picking and it seems like he's gonna go for the Embalmer. Just big boat, you have a lot of webs that you can work with. Embalmer, probably the game plan is for Embalmer to leave big boat as far as possible, and then as soon as they get far enough, they will coffin back into big boat and just stall a bit more time. So right now, I think IVE survivors, if they play their game plan correctly and nothing goes wrong, I do think that it will be quite tough for X to try to get the win, because it could potentially be a tie. But we will see.
Well, let's see, because Soul Weaver is very strong against... Soul Weaver is very strong in Lakeside Village, which I forgot to mention. X will be heading into the boat first where Embalmer is. Embalmer already dropped the coffin at the far end, so let's see. Does X know? X does seem to know. It's going to be going out trying to cut off the Embalmer's location, but Embalmer just going... I think it's Yuki. Yuki's just going to make a far dash, or rather she's called Jiang this game. But here, it seems that the Embalmer is prone to getting the first hit though, because she got trapped in a very bad spot over here. So let's see. Goes for the vault. It does have broken windows to work with to transition. With 2 broken windows in a row, the Embalmer is able to transition very far, and X will be using a couple of webs to get the first hit over there. But that is not necessarily good news, because that means that the Soul Weaver will have to wait for Blink and doesn't have much webs here, but seems like Embalmer not being able to get into 2 paths, and down goes the first hit very fast before Blink was even ready.
Yeah, it seems like the Soul Weaver does have enough hits, and the thing is, throughout the whole process, Mercenary Cypher has been really... he was moving around to front gate and now to middle as well, so we will see if the Embalmer uses the coffin. I don't think it's the best option, just because I don't think he's far enough. And yeah, they're not using the coffin. The Mercenary seems like he'll be doing their next rescue, but Hunter already knows where the Mercenary is. We will see if he's able to pull off this rescue. Again, Soul Weaver has the chip damage. Oh! Just a hit now. Mercenary using the elbow pad. Can Hunter get the spike? Oh, it doesn't manage to get the web off of the Embalmer. And Embalmer not even trying to mind game, just taking the webs and pulling away the small boat. I think Patient left the vicinity already. Hunter knows what they're trying to do and just trying to conserve as much webs as possible. Look at how slow the Embalmer is, John.
Yeah, I think right now he does not... He wants to get the full presence, but so let's see what this Embalmer responds straight away. Well, actually trump card is ready. I wonder what the Soul Weaver use the trump card. Does not seem like it. Or warp. Uses warp, but unfortunately for him, does not warp that much of a distance though, and he's still forced to walk in as the Embalmer runs out. And also we can see Nero is in the vicinity prepared to support.
Yeah, even the Acrobat is ready for a red bomb, and misses the red bomb, so basically just wasting a bomb, but Embalmer pulling away enough. Hunter tries to go for a web, doesn't hit the Embalmer. Embalmer going back to small boat. I think that's just their game plan. They're just playing like a tug of war of sorts, like going back to big boat,
Hold
small
on,
boat, big
can you
boat,
make it though?
boat.
There's still one more flywheel effect. Able to flywheel? No! Not being able to flywheel effect. So right now things, let's look at the situation. Currently there are 3 whole ciphers, or rather 4 ciphers that being done, because there are 2 that's very high in progress, and there's only 1 undecoded cipher left, which is going to be Neru. It's working as X is going to be harassing Pan over here. So I think for X's choice, he'll have to eventually make his way towards the Acrobat cipher, as that the last one is, but he definitely wants to dwindle down the survivor's items, because the last few things are very few ciphers are close in the vicinity.
Also, Patient taking that hit. Also, I don't think Acrobat Cypher here is really safe. I would prefer to decode the big boat instead, because here, it can just get chased out and there's not really a lot of items to work with. Hunter here, now Acrobat tries to go for a pallet, does not get the hit. Acrobat just vaults and going to go up big boat, but that's going to be a hit on the Acrobat. And right now, IVE has a bit of a situation where everyone is injured. Oh, tries to go for the web. That's a really neat Soul Weaver trick where you can actually web through the elevation. And now IVE trying to reset, trying to just get their health back up. Mercenary and Patient doing really well to heal. And right now they're lacking a Cypher. Let's just see how long the Acrobat can kite. Seems like Acrobat is still kiting around Crab Shack.
Yeah, I feel like the Acrobat can last for a bit, because currently X does not have any webs. X expanded the web, so now he's gonna go for warp, because able to catch the fact that Panda is in half health. Panda is able to use the hooks to hook up, but so X is considering to go back, but I do not feel like that's the best move, because there's no way the Acrobat will be in that direction. So right now, even though there are 2 survivors in half health, but I don't think X is able to find a way to end them fastly just because both the acrobat and the patient have items to like last for a bit of time.
Yeah, and he doesn't even get a single chip damage on a mercenary, even if he goes back for patient. Acrobat, you can see, is already working on another cipher, so seems like they this side of IVE can just go for tie game. Oh, patient doesn't get the hook in time, and that'll be a down. So right now, IVE might potentially be facing a basement, Jong.
Basement Soul Weaver. We know how terrifying that is. Another thing to note is that Soul Weaver, even if things goes bad, the Soul Weaver can like save up webs and then use the spitting technique. Like just to save up webs and use the web to bring them down. So let's see, this mercenary is very crucial. Gets another spit here, but the mercenary has to be very careful because he cannot go down the Cypher, not yet prime, so he cannot get this drop down attack. Is able to evade it, so let's see, is able to pull off the rescue, I presume. Oh, mind games, but the Cypher is almost primed, so let's see, everything to do hits the chariot. This is a very crucial misplayer from X's side because that's his one plan to get the win.
Yeah, but the thing is, mercenary is slowed down by the webs, and right now what? Oh, they're just gonna pop it. Yeah, I was going to say that X just needs to try to get 2 webs on the patient panda using a hook and getting far away, but I think X is able to spot out where the patient is, and looks like patient is not going to make it out, but mercenary opening their gate and acrobat also opening patient just giving up and just dying in the middle of nowhere. Hunter doesn't even try to go, oh, use this warp, but is going to chair acrobat first, John.
Yeah, he uses that warp as a threatening tactic to chase the mercenary away from the gate. Because as long as the warp portal is active, the mercenary does not dare. So, but the question is, will X go through it now? It seems like he will, but the mercenary already retreated. So let's see. Probably, yeah, go back. Probably gonna go back. Doesn't choose to. Yeah,
I don't think he realized that the mercenary is going to shack gate, and the thing is, using warp like that is fine, but you need to be making sure that your warp lands on someone, and the fact that it's just at gate means that now there's no warp to work with, and it looks like Team IVE just going to get a tie. Great job on that.
Yeah, I feel like both sides did perform well because this team comp, I feel like this team comp on the side of IVE was aiming for a tie at the start because they had 2 strong kiters, and we can see the kiters come in play in the middle game because with both the acrobat's bombs and the patient's hooks, X can really end someone fast, and which did not allow him to do the field control. Another thing is that him hitting the chair like blew his one chance to win, because if he hit the Merc, then he could have still tried to pick the Merc up or do like a web spit and like infinite basement thing, and at that point it could have been a free man. But once he got the chair hit and allowed them to exit the basement, then that confirmed that this is likely a tie at best.
Yeah, it was an opportunity for Team Yappers to get a 3K, but unfortunately unable to do so even with basement. Even though Merc came a bit early, but even so, I think that IVE did really a great job. And that's the thing about Embalmer, just getting the tie for the team. And we are going to go on a short break right now. It is 2-2 with IVE and Yappers. Stay tuned for more and second half later.
I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
但是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过。
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子，我也想他和其他孩子一起。我只想 你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不喜欢这些玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小的时候就非常自己在。
3岁多的样子，
不看人，
之前也没有了解过
对视。
但他还是我独一无二的宝贝嘛。虽然他确诊了孤独症，但他真的很善良。我想让他和其他孩子一起，我也想他和其他孩子一起。我只想你快乐、健康就好。我们永远都会爱你。
These stars shine with kindness. I have always cherished them, for they will never be extinguished. When the deep night surrounds you, may they become your stars in the darkness. Voyager 1, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I've brought you many things this time too. Continue your journey with courage. Stay the course. I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile of a child. They are always so delighted to see me. Except for this boy. He seems indifferent to everything. So many times, I still fail to understand.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
他以前就不喜欢这些玩具。
I still want to try, just one time, to get closer to you. Confused, unknown, quietness. Is this how you perceive the world?
他是我孩子呀，那我肯定不能放弃他。
I still wish to get closer to you.
他很小。
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with more IMR action with your lovely casters, Invisible Joan and Fanboy Paulu, as we're going to be heading into the second half between Team Yappers and Team IVE. The first round ended in a tie, as we can see that Soul Weaver performed very well, but I felt like from Team Yappers they were aiming for a tie at the start with how conservative their picks were, because they had like 2 kiters, and the coffin, it was as if they're screaming, "We want a tie." which they achieved. So now the question comes, it's He Tian's turn to be hunting, and can YAP survivor survive He Tian's hunter? As we've seen from last Manor Regulars, is that He Tian's hunters is very terrifying.
Yeah, like we have seen in the qualifiers that He Tian picked, I believe, Goatman for one of the matches. I'm not sure if it's both matches that he played, but it is quite something to see, and I will be really I'll be excited to see that Goatman, because I feel that there's always something to learn whenever I see IVE play. And yeah, just to recap the first half, the thing about chasing Embalmer, right, John, is it's so prone to getting a tie. I think the Soul Weaver only really had the opportunity to get a 3k when they got basement, but just failing to capitalize that means that it's just a tie. And also really great awareness from the Mercenary to go all the way to Shack Gate.
Yeah,
but
so
right now,
Sota, you can begin.
Yeah, right now it's all about how Yappers is going to deal with He Tian, which we are confirming that yes, He Tian will be playing in the roster. So it's still Lakeside Village, and the thing about Lakeside Village, it's so hard for the survivors to get an escape. Like a tie is honestly really good on IVE's side, because like there's just so many possibilities to get yourself into a 3k or even a 4k situation. So right now,
at least when you're playing against meta hunters, which is Opera Singer, Shadow, and the Goatman, which are the free kings of hunter, because this is the hunter's time meta, because these free newer version of hunters are just like completely like miles better than the others. So yep, we can see like currently the ban picks has begun, as we're going to be seeing Puppeteer and the Antiquarian making into the jail. So this is screaming Opera Singer or like Goatman are all possible.
Yeah, and no idea what He Tian's going to pick just yet, but we will see that the survivors have selected Embalmer and Perfumer. So a really strong IV counter, but also a very weak IV survivor, where Perfumer you can't really perfume in time when you get 100 corrosion, because IV can just time the corrosion, and like it's not really a strong survivor against IV. Yes, it might be good against Goatman, and it's potentially okay against Opera Singer, but seems like they're trying to try to counter that Goatman instead. And He Tian now banning out the Seer.
Yeah, they are trying to prepare against Goatman as much as possible. But the annoying thing with these three is that they pretty much, as you mentioned, their counters are like so different from one another that when you're trying to counter one, you ended up falling into the trap of another. And this is even worse considering that now there's also the Goatman that you have to consider. So we're going to be seeing the first officer being the next ban here, and the Painter is going to be selected. So this is a no rescue team comp, and in fact they're banking on their kiting, as this decoding team comp and speed is very, very fast.
Yeah, so really all-rounded team. I think they're picking characters that can be good against Opera, can be good against Goatman, and also can be good against Ivy with Magician, but also like there are also characters who are just weak to one another. Like Perfumer can't really work against Ivy, where Embalmer is totally fine. Painter is good against Opera, but like it's not necessarily the best against Ivy. And right now, we're really interesting to see what kind of hunter He Tian will go with to be comfortable. What do you think, John? What do you think He Tian will go?
Let me think, because I think that the most likely option here is the Opera Singer, because the Opera Singer, there's only one survivor here that is not afraid of the Opera Singer rather, and that's the Magician. The others are in one way or another afraid of the Opera Singer. If we consider Goatman might have a bit of a trouble against the Perfumer, and considering the fact that the Embalmer can also respawn to get out of the cages. As for Ivy, Magician and Ivy is not viable here, because Magician and Embalmer are both direct counters to the Ivy, so not the Shadow. So I feel like it might be the Opera Singer, but if He Tian is like very, very confident in his Shadow, or rather his Opera Singer, then he can still pull it out.
Well, I do think that there is a problem with this survivor team count. It's really hard to pick someone to bring Tide Turner on. So I do think that opera singer is the option, but we are going to see He Tian going for the Goat Man against this team combo, which pretty much I think.
So Ted, you can begin.
A lot of the survivors can kind of counter Goat Man, like Magician potentially could just decoy when the hunter places a cage. Perfumer can just perfume if you hit and the cage will just disappear. But still going for Goat Man because this map is just so strong for Goat Man, so I totally do not see anything wrong with it. And like I said, I am very excited to see He Tian's Goat Man personally.
Yeah, I'm very excited on Goatman too, because Goatman is like the new hunter in this meta and the new king and everything. So I am very excited to see how they're going to perform. Because Goatman is very hard to transitional kite against, because no matter how far you get, one cage and bam, they're in your face. Bam, another cage, they're in your face. And he may be like sort of getting a nerf next week, but that's for next week. And for now, like, he has a lot of resentment and he can like gain cages in a very fast speed.
Yeah, and against this team it does seem like Team Yappers has done what they could to try to counter all the hunters, but Goatman is still being shown up, and we will see how much preparation Yappers has against this Goatman, because He Tian's Goatman is just, from what I've seen, it's quite scary, and we will see if Yappers has a response to that. So, again, coming back to you, Lakeside Village, I think you need to show the persona screen. It's
sorry.
It's okay. But yeah, we're going to go to the area selections. Wait, is it blank?
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, so I don't know if the stream can see this.
Yeah, they can.
Okay, so we can see Magician. Oh no, it's blank. It's just a black screen. Can you check again? Okay, I can see it. Yeah, Magician and Perfumer around the small boat, Painter at the middle, and Embalmer at a big boat. He Tian is going to pick on the top left corner near the shack. It seems like his first chase is either going to be between Magician or Perfumer. What do you think, John?
Well, I'm trying to still decide on like who is a possibility, because I just still feel like everyone is possible. But I'm just very excited to see He Tian play in general. But we are going to be heading into the game, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the BO1 second half. Right off the bat, He Tian will be heading towards Scythe. Let's see, is it going to be Scythe? Yep, Scythe's Magician. Because Magician has tank abilities, but he is not a tank. And as we mentioned, the Goldman is only afraid of tank. He's not that afraid of kiters.
Oh, Scythe running into the middle of nowhere, and that doesn't get a hit on the Magician though. Magician kind of expected, uses the decoy, interestingly enough, but still, the gate's open, so great job on the work of Magician. Tries to go for it, but that's going to be a guaranteed hit. Resentment at 17, so Goman can't really use a cage yet. I do think that would be a decoy in exchange for a cage, so it does seem okay. Also, I just want to mention that He Tian brought Abnormal. That's going to be a cage. Doesn't hit the Magician though. Tries to go the other way. Oh! Comes out of the wrong side. And just trying to play mind games. Gets the first down on Magician now, John.
Honestly, I'm just going to be saying that seeing these cages being placed around makes me dizzy. But He Tian able to like capture the perfect opportunity to get a Magician down, because the Magician sort of ran himself in the corner because there were two walls next to him that he couldn't go towards, and that just gave He Tian a lot of opportunities. So we can see Abzab here going for the rescue, but He Tian knows it, and now Abzab is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, and another thing to mention, they don't even have borrowed time, so baits out the Perfume, and Hunter's not even trying to hit the Perfumer. I think it's trying to wait out the Perfume. Yeah, and it's kind of hard for Perfume. Oh! That's an arrow shot! Oh my goodness, John! Whoa, no!
Honestly, I'll say this. That made me scream the first time I played against the Goldman. Is that I was vaulting through the window, and the next thing I know, they came out of the other side and I got terror shocked.
Oh, they had flywheel in that inventory, but I don't think they even realized that the hunter. And that was almost another terror shot. Really sneaky place from He Tian here, but I don't think Magician can be rescued. And Painter is just locked out. Magician's going to be sent back to the Manor. Uses a flywheel. Painter trying to go went through the portal and then goes through the portal again. That's going to be a down on the Painter. Not looking good at all for the side of Yappers, Strong.
Yeah, definitely not looking good at all, because Tyranny Goodman is just had completely the survivor's number, able to like get them. Oh, is able to get dangerously close towards a perfumer with 2 consecutive cages. Uses the abnormal to kick the Cypher back into 0, and now the perfumer doesn't really have a lot to work with over here, as Hetian's just inching closer.
Yeah, adding insult to injury, just using the abnormal painter on chair and not even trying to chair the painter, just going for this perfumer instead. Is that going to be down? Wow! Beautiful backstep from the side of Hetian. Perfumer not being able to respond in time, and Hetian's just going to chair near Shaq, and it's just so hard for the survivors to come back from this, John.
Yeah, it's definitely hard for the survivors to come back from this. But considering that they have like the painter who has already been chaired and also in half health, like yes, the painter have paintings, but would that even do much? Ghostman currently is just circling around, and his resentment level now is low, so that is good news for the survivors because he won't be able to put up any cages in a short amount of time. But the ciphers are just beyond enough. Just look at the cipher progress. The 3 whole ciphers remain.
Yeah, it's just not looking good for the side of survivors right now. This is Goatman. This is just why this character is so expected to be so strong in the meta, because what can you really do with this situation? Everyone's injured, and a perfumer getting locked out of the pallet and he couldn't even get out. That's just the power of Goatman, and we're just seeing what this hunter is capable of, and Hetian showing it off. And Embalmer and Painter not even healed up. They can't even rescue this perfumer even if they want to. And Embalmer's in the vicinity, John.
Yeah, like Perfumer is back in the Manor, and can the survivors even play for a 1-man at this point of time? Because there's just not much they can really do. So, low resentment level, so probably can wait for a bit. And, misses a swing here. Gets it down on the Embalmer. Perfumer. Like, the good news with Embalmer is that he can instantly revive to sort of like use it like a second borrowed time, or rather exit path. But oh no, this cyber progress is now gone. And
Hetian absolutely making sure that they get no cipher progress across the board, and Hunter just going to go for that Embalmer. And that's the thing about look at how fast he travels, John. My goodness, it doesn't even take like 10 seconds.
At this point, Hetian's face is exactly like his name. Like the face in his name.
Okay, just having a bit of fun here, toying with the Embalmer, and there's just not a lot that they can do right now. Embalmer, oh, that's a chip damage. Embalmer absorbing that hit, manages to break the cage in time. But still, like, there's just too much cipher remaining left, and I don't think Yappers can really get an escape from this. That's just Goatman.
Yeah, like, oh look, he already got trapped out. So that's the terror of Goatman. First of all, Goatman can use the cages to traverse around like massive distances so fast. And the second terror of Goatman is that he can use his cages to sort of seal off pallet areas, trapping them. So we can see that, the painter managed to exit through, like, not get caged, but they're just missing too many ciphers. And Hutian is hot on this painter's tail.
Yeah, and what is... Oh, manages to get the hit on the Painter, but Painter is going to get a pallet stun off of Hutian. I think this is really your only chance to get a pallet stun from this Hunter, because really, goodness gracious, like, there's just so many things that you can do, and right now Hunter trying to lock off the Painter, but I don't think he manages to do that. Oh, does do that! Wow, beautiful awareness! Just the spatial awareness for Goatman is crazy, and just going to use Warp now to catch tempo and chase out the Embalmer. Hetian trying to find out where the Embalmer is, doesn't seem to spot out at first try, and yeah, that's just like that's just Goatman in Lakeside. There's just not a lot of strong areas that you can kite Goatman with, and it really seems like right now IVE is about to take the 5-point lead, John.
Yeah, and especially I just love how Hetian faced that. He first used the first cage to block off the pallet areas, and use the second cage to make sure that he'll appear behind the painter. That was very, very good spatial recognition and awareness, as you mentioned. Like, I tried playing him, but I never could figure that one out. So Hetian right now would just be patrolling around, trying to have an idea on where the Embalmer is. Doesn't seem to be able to. Embalmer heading towards the painter may be able to save a self-heal, because Hetian is traversing around the map but not knowing the approximate direction of them.
Yeah, Painter saves the self-heal, and Hunter going to the direction, not really knowing where they're splitting off. And it seems like Painter and Embalmer are splitting off, but He Tian just needs to find the embalmer. Honestly, finding an embalmer means that he knows that the embalmer has used self-heal, but if he can guess correctly, he probably realizes that the painter was healed by the embalmer. And He Tian's still trying to sniff out the survivors. It's kind of a slow start, but the survivors are still trying, and the hunter is able to spot out. I think this is the embalmer.
Oh.
Let's see the embalmer. Oh, traps himself. Wait, hold on.
A bit of a dizzy situation type of thing, but it's still enough considering that he has a very high resentment level, and the embalmer does not have self-heal or exit path, so the moment the embalmer goes down, it will be almost equivalent to a... okay, oh! Able to dodge the first hit though, but nope, with that down, embalmer has no self-heal. Painter is the one left standing, and the painter must kite until the embalmer bleeds out, which is going to be nearly... like next to impossible.
Yeah, especially against a hunter like He Tian, I don't really think he will give it an opportunity. They do have a painting to work with, but that is just going to be a down. You don't even have time to place a painting against Goatman. And that will be the full elimination for IVE, taking down the first round against Yappers with a 5-point lead, Zhang.
Yeah, just, oh my goodness, He Tian here just showed everyone exactly why Goatman is meta. Like, because if the survivors are not clear on how to counter the Goatman, then they're definitely going to get blindsided when the Goatman appears behind their back or anything. And He Tian definitely demonstrated that very, very well.
Yeah, you need to be very vigilant against Goatman, and for that match, like, even though they were at pallets, they were at areas that could potentially kite the Goatman, but He Tian just showing that you can just use the cages to block off important areas and just get another hit with another cage. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, Goatman is such a strong character, and we're expecting to see more of him in this tournament. And my goodness, He Tian just absolute masterclass display of that Goatman, not even giving Yappers a chance. 3 ciphers remaining. Abnormal as well, John.
Yeah, abnormaling that and 3 ciphers remaining. I am terrified of that because I don't think even an opera singer in this meta could achieve something like this. Anyways, we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break. So, yep, see you in a bit.
Yeah.
I have always believed that the most beautiful thing in this world is the smile.
Hullabaloo, the roar that made me whole, the lights, the crawl, where I found my soul, each jump and each laugh, a story to tell, but behind it all, I'm lost in this shell. Hullabaloo, this world I thought I knew, but its shadows hide the light. The whispers of betrayal cut right through, lost in this dark and endless night. Hullabaloo, my heavens fall. Hullabaloo, my hell, everything I knew's gone cold. As I stand here all alone, Hullabaloo, the roar that made me whole, the lights, the crawl, where I found my soul, each jump and each laugh, a story to tell, but behind it all, I'm lost in this shell. Hullabaloo, this world I thought I knew, but its shadows hide the light. The whispers of betrayal cut right through, lost in this dark and endless night. Hullabaloo, my heavens fall. Hullabaloo, my hell, everything I knew's gone cold, as I stand here all alone. The echoes will haunt the stage so dim and gray, where the dreams have fled, and shadows will hide the terrible truth. Far away I stand among the dead. Hullabaloo, the roar that made me whole, the lights, the crawl, where I found my soul, each jump and each laugh, a story to tell, but behind it all, I'm lost in this shell. Hullabaloo, this world I thought I knew, but its shadows hide the light. The whispers of betrayal cut right through, lost in this dark and endless night. Hullabaloo, my heavens fall. Hullabaloo, my hell, everything I knew's gone cold, as I stand here all alone. The echoes will haunt the stage so dim and gray, where the dreams have fled, and shadows will hide the terrible truth. Far away I stand among the dead. Hullabaloo, the roar that made me whole, the lights, the crawl, where I found my soul, each jump and each laugh, a story to tell, but behind it all, I'm lost in this shell. Hullabaloo, this world I thought I knew, but its shadows hide the light. The whispers of betrayal cut right through, lost in this dark and endless night.
Here, antiquarian are just.
Oh, by
great.
the way, I'm stupid because I forgot to unmute.
Oh.
So we were talking to the air for like the past.
Oh my goodness gracious! We're so sorry. We thought we were talking the whole time. We'll just run you through what happened. Oh my god! Hi Nello. But yeah, so antiquarian and puppet being selected on the side. There was priestess and seer ban and gardener prisoner. So it's looking like a potential opera singer. But then again, keep note that this team comp, I would say IVE is also potentially playable. And if X has a goat man, this is also a fairly fine option.
Yeah, but, so first of all, let's update what we were talking as we were talking to the air for like 5 minutes. Is that first of all, we agreed that this might be an opera singer because the shadow is actually very strong against this team comp here. But from what IVE is reflecting, IVE seems to be countering an opera singer. Because the other issue that we're facing here is that the Red Church is a map chosen by Yappers, and I think Yappers this is an opera singer strong map, so I think Yappers wants the opera singer, and IVE is full unprepared unless X has a shadow on his own, and I'm not too certain about Goatman, but I think Goatman might have a bit of a trouble as there's Puppeteer and Walling in play.
Yeah, and Goman isn't really that easy against this roster. So I don't think Yappers really wanted to go for that. Instead, they went for the opera singer. That we just got the confirmation that opera singer will be facing against this team comp. But the thing is, like, it's just not really that easy to chase anyone at all. Antiquarian
you can begin.
Antiquarian could just give you sticks, and then like you're just stunned for 10 seconds and you can't do anything but dash. That is such a terrible feeling. Acrobat has really good balls. He has great versatility to jump around, and then there's also just Puppeteer, which is a tree hit. So I would want to see how I think if X wants to get a good result from this, they really need to play very aggressively and try to get as many eliminations as possible. Obviously, a 4K would be the best situation because right now, again, they are trailing by 5 points. So this match will be important for the side of Yappers. They need to get a 3 elimination, if not a 4 elimination. But right now, IVE is just having such a strong roster, John. What do you think that IVE would do?
Honestly, this roster is very strong because I think you mentioned just now, everyone can more or less kite against an opera singer for a bit. So, but I think this is really highly dependent on how proficient it's okay. How proficient X's opera singer is, because if X's opera singer is very proficient, then it doesn't matter how counter-ish the team comp is. So we are going to be heading into the spawns right off the bat. Puppeteer at the center, Antiquarian at top, Walling at Acrobat at right, Walling at left. And if we look at the personal selections, Panda does not have borrowed windows, gonna opting with the flywheel effect. Then this may mean that he, when he gets chased by the opera singer, his kite would be a bit weaker, as he does not have broken windows to extend his kite.
Well, I think the thing is, when you're chasing an Antiquarian, Antiquarian just is really good with flywheel, and perhaps Panda just went with something that they're comfortable with, because there is no guarantee that X would have picked an opera singer. Goldman was also a potential option, and I would say that Antiquarian will want to bring flywheel, but yeah, so in this situation, maybe that's why. But still, I think the Antiquarian can kite long enough, and we are going to be going into the round 2 first half of Yappers versus IVE. And it doesn't seem like the Opera really wants to chase the Antiquarian, just goes straight for the Wildling, I believe?
Yeah, I think X's plan is to get the Wildling on the board first before chasing, but he seems to want to be chasing after him, but I don't think that's the best move because Wildling, once have the speed boost, will be very hard to hit the Wildling off the board, so his best chase would be to go for somewhere else, but is able to get the first hit here. But the thing with Wildling is that he's a king of rebound kites, so I know X wants to burn out the tide turners, but oh, never mind, seems to realize that's not a good idea, gonna go after the Antiquarian instead now.
Yeah, and it does seem like he did bring excitement, so he wanted to chase Antiquarian all along. It's just he took the stroll and tried to get presence from the Wildling, but it's just not easy. And X doesn't seem like he's going to continue chasing the Antiquarian. Goes for Acrobat. I don't really think this is the right option because he has excitement, John.
Yeah, if you brought excitement, then may as well as go after the Antiquarian, because I don't think the Antiquarian would have expected the excitement, because now that he's gonna go after the Acrobat, there's no blink, so the Acrobat can just easily kite this one out.
Yeah, and also it seems like the dashes, it doesn't really quite get the... Acrobat uses the red bomb, and some of the dashes feels a bit weird, they're not really using the dashes by the side of the area as Opera Singer would. But right now it does seem like it's going to be a first hit on the Acrobat, and does manage to get the hit. Charge attack, Acrobat trying to rotate into Church.
Can he though?
It does seem like it's a good... It's already a long kite already. Oh, just get a Terror Shock! That's going to be big for Opera Singer to get the presence, so I still think this down is still fine, but having excitement with this Acrobat though.
Hold on, so currently we are at 2.5 ciphers. So, and actually there's one that is very high in progress, so the near free cipher kite. So it is a game where Opera Singer can only tie at best because the ciphers are beyond enough right now, or more than enough right now. Unless X can try and aim for double down or something, but we can see the Wildling is already in the vicinity, and the Wildling came without being on board, which, oh, never mind, the Wildling does get on board, so there is a risk of a double down, and if X wants to get the win, he needs to get this double down here, but allows a free rescue, and that's definitely not good news for X, because now the Wildling can just come in to rescue straight away.
Yeah, I think IVE got the best out of that situation. It just looks like it could have been a double down because Wildling didn't have board. And X trying to go for the Wildling, getting a bit greedy here. I do think that he has to, but it doesn't seem like he's going to really go for it because he doesn't want to lose the Acrobat. But can he find the Acrobat in time though, John?
Yeah, he definitely did.
Like the acrobat.
Yeah, I feel like his best opportunity was to first hit the walling once, but hold on, Antiquary in the vicinity. I think that's where excitement is going to be in play here. Oh, flywheel effects away, a very nice reaction time here. There's 2 survivors here trying to get harassed, and but unfortunately not being able to get the acrobat off. So this definitely worked out for that excitement choice.
UTP playing with fire, but they did get the excitement out, so that does mean that the trump card will not be used just yet, but like it will be tough for the hunter to have an ability if they're managing to get off the cipher in time. And it does seem like the cipher's ready, and that's why Antiquarian and Walling are just trying to stall time. Puppeteer is on the cipher at 56. Look at the Walling go, John.
Yeah, and even if the Walling gets Terror Shock, there's still the Antiquarian to help. So I think maybe X should consider just hit. So let's see, is he able to get the farm? Oh, the Boron, is he able to get the farm? Hold on, Acrobat able, Antiquarian able to get the block of it, and now the Walling can push X backwards, and there's just nothing X can really do at this point of time.
Yeah, and it's going to look like a tree escape situation. Hunter can just chase the Acrobat, but the thing is, your trump card isn't really ready yet, and Acrobat takes the Terror Shock, Cypher's Prime. You don't really have Teleport to work with in the end game. Hunter has to chase this Acrobat to try to go for it down. And like, Hunter's not even going to go for the exit gate, so this is a very likely tree escape situation. Even a forest gate if the Acrobat can leave. Acrobat vaults the pallet, and the survivors are just trying to get off the area. Where's Dungeon, Jong? Dungeon's at Graveyard. Do you think the Acrobat can make it?
The Acrobats have bombs to work with, so if X wants to secure the 1-man, X maybe should like be careful where he position himself, because now hold on, Acrobat's closer. He does not have excitement getting inching closer and closer, so hold on, can he make it? Hold on, very close, knocks out King Frog. Hold on, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, oh my god!
Oh my goodness! Acrobat crawling even without flywheel fast enough. That's big. That's a forest escape for Team IVE. What on earth is going on today, Jong? 2 forest escapes for Tianba, and now this?
Oh my goodness. Today is really like non-stop for escape and for my eliminations, I swear. So hold on, like, because I feel like endgame wise, as I was saying, is that the opera singer should be very careful where to position herself so that the Acrobat cannot get towards the dungeon. Because you know the Acrobat has bombs, so just now, when he was chasing the Acrobat, he should have like went towards the other side of the pallet or the wall so that the Acrobat does not have distance to use the bomb. And the Acrobat's firebomb was very smart because excitement was not yet ready, but just wow.
I think the Hunter had the charge attack to try to push the Acrobat far away from dungeon, but no, just a normal attack. Got the Acrobat close enough to dungeon, and the crawl was... It just like felt like the time from the world just slowed down, and Acrobat just crawling to dungeon, and Opera just praying that it doesn't get dungeon, but it was still a forest escape on the side of IVE. And right now, IVE just needs a 1 elimination to win their matchup in the winner's bracket, Jong.
Yeah, currently IVE is definitely showcasing everyone like why they are one of the strongest teams in SCA. So definitely Yappers will have to step their game up. So with that, we're going to take a break, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit.
Hearts full of delight, only for 6 left for them. Can they make it right? Evil whispered in the ear, casting
This is my closing night.
Heart full of delight. Only four seats left for them. Can they make it right? Evil whispered in the ear, casting
This is my closing night.
heart full of delight. Only four seats left for them. Can they make it right? Evil whispered in the ear, casting
Hello everyone, and yes, this time I am unmuted, thank God. So now we're going to be heading off to potentially the last match between Team Yappers and also Team IVE, because currently, after IVE won the first round by 7-2, their survivors getting a 4-man escape means that Yappers survivor must return the same, and considering the fact that they got 4-man eliminated by Team IVE's Hunter in the first round, they definitely need to step their game up if they want to move on to the third round.
Yeah, but even so, it is just such an uphill battle right now for Team IVE. They only need a one elimination and they just beat Team Yappers. So right now, it doesn't even it's for the Team IVE right now. They don't even need to play characters that like Opera, Ivy, like they don't even have to do that. They could even bring out like safe characters like Disciple even to just guarantee a one-man elimination, and that's all they have to do. So right now, Team Yappers really need to pull a miracle out of their hat in order to bring this to BO3. And for their capabilities, what do you think, Jong? Do you think they'll be able to do that?
I mean, if we just look at paper terms, it'll be hard because a 4-man, like when you know that you must achieve a 4-man escape, and getting a 4-man escape is very hard. Like, getting a 4-man escape is that normally when you play you realize you have a chance, but knowing that you need a 4-man from the start, the Hunter would definitely do countermeasures and target one no matter what. And when knowing this, it'll be very hard for a team to achieve a 4-man escape unless they, first of all, do the kite of their life, and second of all, clutch it endgame by having like tag turners or having like multiple people come and support and have them working out.
Yeah, so Team Yappers really need to bring out something out of the park to try to get the better of IVE and go to BO3. So not going to be an easy task up ahead for YAP. So right now we're going to see how their game plan is going to go. But for me personally, I think they have to bring out the big guns. They might have to bring out things like characters that have just high potential, like maybe you're a batter, maybe you're a prospector, something that can let you last long enough, and like maybe like characters like psychologists might not even be the best situation here, because you can just tunnel this character and they don't really have anything to work with. And we will still be going into Red Church. Just a reminder that this is the second half of round 2 of IVE versus Yappers. And right now IVE has a 5-point lead. The global bans will be Embalmer, Perfumer, and Magician. So lots of Goatman counters, but Goatman right now is still available, and now the hunter is going to be Jala. What do we know about Jala, John?
Per my memory, I think Jala also played once, like in qualifier, and I forgot what did they play. Was it Goatman or anything? But Jala also did achieve a format elimination too, so this may be a different hunter hunting them, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily less terrifying. So for Team Yappers, as we mentioned, they must achieve a format escape, so they'll have to throw everything on the table here. And we're currently still waiting on the ban pick.
Yeah,
and also you realize that like the BGM is different because it's match point, and once again, as I remind you, Yappers must get every man out.
Yeah, and it's not gonna be an easy task with Opera and Ivy. Only one of them can be banned, and don't forget that Goatman is also possible, and Goatman's not also easy. And so right now, we will be going to the ban pick. It seems like the team IVE has banned Antiquarian and Coordinator. Not banning out Priestess. I think it's an interesting choice. But like, because Priestess just has high ability, even though we'll see what hunter that Yappers will ban first, and it seems like they're going to go for Opera. So Ivy is available. Goatman is also available. So
well, that's the thing with this meta. It's like is that you ban one very strong hunter, there's still 2 very strong hunters. And I think Ivy sort of actually fell out a bit because we have not seen it so far. And if we look at IVL, actually we realize the teams are beginning to figure out ways against the Shadow. So the Shadow sort of like dip a little bit in terms of priority.
Yeah, and it seems like the survivors are going to pick First Officer and Lawyer. Lawyer, very interesting pick. I do think that if they want to get a 4-man, Lawyer is fine, but then again, against Goatman, against Ivy, Lawyer is not really your typical character, because like you're against Goatman, even though you can pull distance, Goatman can just place a cage and just show up right in front of your face. You can't really mind game a Goatman if they know where you are. And against Ivy, your speed boost isn't really fast enough for you to escape. And so we're going to see the Acrobat got banned and Dancer got selected. I love Dancer being picked, and Dancer can pick up chest items. We're also going to be seeing Seer getting banned and Psycho getting picked. Right now, I just don't really think this team has a lot of for escape potentials though, John. What do you think?
I agree with you, because the thing is the Psychologist is a sitting duck at endgame. The Psychologist is a massive whiteboard and a massive like target endgame. So if you need a format escape, normally you'll be looking for 2 things. One, the survivors that you select will normally have rechargeable items, because the items are what you need. And 2, you have a lot of tide turners in the game in order to like get the potential safe endgame. And seeing with this team comp, I don't think we'll be seeing either of those, especially that these items are all expendable here on Team Yapper's side.
Yeah, and right now, like from the way this team comp looks, I think Goatman is also quite comfortable. But of course, we can't forget that Ivy, also played by Jala, like it is not impossible to play Ivy in this situation as well. So really, Jala has quite some options to pick to try to go for a 1k, maybe even a Disciple, just to guarantee the First Officer isn't really that easy to rescue. There's not really a lot of characters that you can bring Tide Turner as well. There's also not a lot of support, so they need to make sure that they kite very long with that first kite. And right now, I think we are about to see Jala has selected Ivy as their hunter. And again, like I mentioned, that Lawyer is just not really that easy to kite against Ivy, because even though you have to see most of your map, you're not fully able to escape just in time.
I would disagree with you that, because first of all like Lawyer having a speed boost, and the Shadow is sort of weak in terms of the first chase. So you can begin whenever you're ready. Oh wait, I'm not in lobby.
Oh, wait, don't begin. I'm inviting John.
I thought I was in lobby just now. Anyways.
I think we got kicked.
Anyways, back to what I was trying to say is that the Lawyer first of all, the Lawyer is has a speed boost, and Ivy's weak point was her first chase, because she had to rely on raw foot, so the Lawyer with a speed boost can have a bit of a gap. And second of all, when it comes to like the max presence, when the Ivy wants to like max presence, instant spray, instant hit, the Lawyer having a speed boost means that he can escape out of the Ostracon with 98 corruption level, and that would be fatal because the Ivy cannot get him down or get hit immediately. So I would disagree with you, and Lawyer is actually decent against the Ivy.
Well, I do think that there are scenarios like that, like you mentioned, that yes, it can work, but then again, Lawyer, even though it just has a map and you can't really mind game against Ivy, so there are its advantages and disadvantages, but there's only one way to find out whether this Lawyer will work against Ivy. So I think Scythe is going to be on the Lawyer and Jala on the Ivy, and we'll see. Can you share the Persona screen right now?
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Alright, so we're going into Red Church, and
yeah,
right now they're picking
let's see. So we see there are 2 flywheel effects and 1 broken windows, 1 suicide build. As I said, I think this team comp isn't completely bad if you want to like aim for a free escape, but for first game it might be hard. But if you look at this, we have a team comp that with 3 survivors that are decent against the Shadow, so I think more or less Team Yappers are prepared against the potentially Jala's the Shadow, but we will be heading into the game, and mind you, for Team Yappers, they must get every survivor outside if they want to get to like proceed to the 3rd round, or else they're gonna lose on spot.
Well, if I was a hunter, I think I would just chase down the Psychologist to the end of the game, because Psychologist cannot really pick up any item where Lawyer can. And right now we're seeing the Ghoul going to the Psychologist and the Hunter just chasing the first officer. Do you think the Hunter's gonna actually chase the first officer, John?
Nah, I reckon he's just going to try and force out a watch before like focusing on the actual target, because here with like with the leash very far away, but yeah, force out the watch here, and now he's gonna get the next target. Like that is going to be like the real plan, because it'll be very hard early game, especially because the Hunter, or rather the first officer, can easily use the leash to kick off the leash, but we can see that Lawyer actually got sprayed just now, so now Lawyer in 60 corruption level, and that is a very common tactic the IV players would use, is to get a random spray then leech and you're at 60 corruption level.
Yeah, and it seems like Lawyer now is just 1 scare away from getting down, and Ivy not using the Ivy trying to retain the corrosion, but no, never mind. Just going to use the scare on the Lawyer, and doesn't have the scare ready yet, but gets a hit on the Lawyer. Lawyer trying to pull away from reception right now. It does seem like the Lawyer is not on cooldown. Is on cooldown for the Ghoul, so might not be the best scenario for Ivy though, I do feel.
Hold on. Is it just me, or is this a Ivy with trump card and abnormal? Like normally we see with Ivy players is that they almost use blink and with insolence, but for this scenario we're seeing the trump card and abnormal, and without the insolence, this means that it will be longer before the Ivy player can leech. But we can see that he did manage to get a spray, and is able to mind game. Is he able to get the hit here? This is going to be very crucial. The Lawyer does not want to go there now. And because the Ivy failed to get the hit on the Lawyer after 100 corruption level, this did give the Lawyer a bit of a room for rebound kite.
Yeah, and the thing is, Blink is just so much easier to... Oh, gets the 100. Beautiful from Jala right here. I was about to say that, like, Blink, he could have just used it just now, and Blink usually is the best way to secure 1 kill, but never mind, because he just got the Lawyer down, and now he can leech on the Dancer. But the problem is, there's 3 ciphers remaining. 2 are done already, John.
Yeah, I think right now there's... Oh, hold on, we know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, he's going to abnormal, and then he's going to leech on the first officer, and then he'll teleport back. But the thing is, I don't really. Oh, never mind. First officer hasn't rescued yet.
Hold on, I
Seems
don't think he's able to get this rescue. He should use the watch, but hit the chair. There's a fatal move over there.
Oh, that was a miss. Oh, missed the hit on the first officer too. What? Jala giving away all the possible tempo. That should have been a hit on the first officer twice now. But now Laura is able to escape, and first officer can rescue again. Doesn't even need psycho stress. But we'll see if the Laura can rebound kite. Going to the slow box, I do think that Yappers are doing really well. Wait a minute. Doesn't really get a lot of corrosion on the Lawyers, so it doesn't really look good on Jala right now.
Yeah, I feel like over there Jala definitely gave up the momentum, and not having incidents here really hurts. Because if he had incidents right now, he could have hit max presence. Because there's another weakness with Ivy is that without her max presence, she is also very vulnerable in getting rebound kite, and that's exactly what we're seeing happen right now. Because yes, we can see that Jala can drop Ostracons here and there, but he just cannot get it down. But because he lacks a move or ability to end, and we can see that the Lord's corruption level dropping too.
Well, and the thing is, the thing is not bringing insolence. You're not even at full presence. You only got first presence, and right now you still have to wait for the first scare. So it's not going to be the easiest thing. Scythe doing a great job kiting Jala here, even with the lawyer. And that's just the pain of not bringing Blink, because abnormal right now, you're still stuck with chasing the lawyer.
The spray.
Yeah,
we can see that the Scythe is just... We can see the Scythe just now was just turning around. We can see Scythe just now just turning around. But unfortunately that does not work. But we can see the Cyphers are beyond enough. Yes, the Lord definitely did enough for trying to get a 3-man escape. But you need a 4-man escape here, so this is a whole different story.
Yeah, Hunter chooses to go back to our normal, that middle Cypher again. But they still have to down the Lawyer, and the thing is, Lawyer is still on cooldown, so it's not going to be the fastest thing you can do. So the 4 escape potential is still there for Yappers. They're still holding on to life, even though Lawyers are dead on chair.
Yeah, but I think the other thing is that, oh yeah, right now Ivy is already standing guard, and because there is no incident, meaning there's no max presence, meaning that even if you teleport on top of the lawyer, you cannot end him fast. And right now the survivors can really just stay guard, and the officers also in the vicinity prepared to help. I think it'll be very hard for the Ivy to end the lawyer, and the survivors can play this slow, and even have a survivor to pop a new cipher.
Yeah, but I do think that the good thing about Jala right now is that even though he might not have the lawyer, might not have full presence, but he does have a trump card, and at any time he could change the blink, and if he manages to down the lawyer, it's pretty much one elimination, and that would secure the win. But right now he still has to chase the lawyer. The Cypher's at 73, sorry, the corrosion at 73, and gets the lawyer down. First officer, is he trying to force heal? First officer force healing now. Hunter trying to use... Oh, this is going to be very tense. Hunter picks up the lawyers. I think that pretty much secures the 1 elimination. First officer getting hit, but it doesn't really matter. What matters most is the lawyer getting eliminated, and that is congratulations for Team IV. But there is still the end game for Team Yappers to try to do. They have to get as many escapes as possible. But even if they do, it doesn't really matter because Jala has already accomplished their task, and right now I think they're trying to camp around 2 ciphers. Spots out the dancer, John.
Yeah, so right now, finally with max presence, he's able to end someone fast here. So let's see, can he get the officer down? Oh, not be able to go up for a charge swing. I believe he could have gotten that hit if he goes for a normal swing here. The officer's still very high in corruption level, but drops down the pallet before it hits 100 corruption level, which is able to help him to survive. Unfortunately, he still goes down, and currently we can see at the gate at the other side, the female dancer is just popping in, and now Jala is gonna go after it, so he's definitely gonna go for more as the female dancer is dead in one swoop.
Tries to flywheel the scare as well, but it didn't quite work out. And the thing is, Hunter still has trump card, so teleport is still possible. All of a sudden, it went from it looking like a really good survivor situation to looking like a 3k, even a 4k if the Hunter can find a psychologist. And the thing is, Hunter is going to chair the first officer. That does mean that if the ghoul finds the psychologist, it's very likely to be a 4k, Jong.
Yeah, because...
What a turnaround.
Yeah, what a turn of events here, because, yeah, one of them is definitely gonna go down here, the Psycho gonna go down, and now he can just chair the Psychologist, and he has all the time in the world for this female dancer, or... Yeah, because the thing is that the female dancer, teleports to the wrong Ostracon though, so the female dancer is able to escape scot-free. So I think he probably should reckon to trump cards into this and still goes down.
That went from a 3-man endgame, like just in the matter of seconds. What on earth, Jong? It felt like it was going to be a tie, but all of a sudden now it is probably a 4K. But hold on, we're not just done yet because Psychologist has just used self-heal.
Yeah, but and also I just realized that the tension run out, but female dancer is on the ground, so the Psychologist definitely have to like kite out a very long amount of time. But we can see Hunter's in play here, and that is a common trait that IVE players bring. And now with that hit and the Psychologist in half health, but hold on, it seems like the female dancer wants to go after to pull off the first officer, or rather he's just going to pressure and forcing Jala to like teleport backwards. Can he pull off the rescue? It's able to, so this actually changes the game entirely.
Now it went from probably a 4K situation to now another tie situation. What on earth is happening? We're just fluctuating throughout yes and no. We really don't know what the outcome of this match is, John. But it seems like Hunter's just going straight for the female dancer. Doesn't Flywheel. Flywheel was almost ready. Unfortunate. First officer is opening a chest, and the Psychologist is trying to open the gate. Can the Psychologist open the gate in time? Psychologist just leaves. I don't think it can. So Hunter can just go and chase for a Psychologist. Psychologist has used self-heal. Also, another thing to notice, for some reason, First Officer didn't bring self-heal, Jong. What?
Yeah, I just also realized that First Officer has no self-heal. So right now, both Psycho and the female dancer expanded their self-heal, and First Officer is the only like one left running loud. So I think at this point of time, things are like, this is almost still leaning towards a 4K, because we can definitely see how terrifying IVE's endgame is. Like, look, it's 80%, but they cannot get it done. Let's see, Magicians, wand, able to get out. No! Just move very close.
No remorse from Jala. That is going to be a probable 4-man elimination for the side of IVE. My goodness. That is going to be a 10-point game as long as the Hunter finds this dancer. And it seems like, didn't spot it on the corner. But I don't think it really matters because Jala went from looking like a losing situation to completely dominating at the end game. That's just the power of IVE, Jong.
Yep, that's definitely the power of IVE indeed, and that is a very perfect demonstration of how strong IVE is. So let's see, warps into the female dancer, and that's gonna be it. And that is going to be game, ladies and gentlemen, as we can congratulate the winners of this match, Team IVE.
Yeah, congratulations to IVE. One thing I do want to mention is that the Hunter used the leech on Psychologist from the chair to see where the dancer is. Really, really smart stuff. I don't know if you knew that, but like when you leech on a survivor, you can actually see where the other survivors are. I think.
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
Yeah, so that's just a fun fact, and let's congratulate IVE from taking the win against Yappers. And Yappers will be moving on to the losers bracket. They haven't quite been knocked out just yet, but IVE is secured to have their next match probably against LN or VC, John.
Yeah, no, I think this one they're facing against either it's Group A or Group D second place, so it's either Stella Stormia, your team, or Armada X.
Yep, so my matchup is going to be tomorrow against AX, which I'm really looking forward to that. But
it's Fanboy's turn tomorrow.
Yep, and then the winner of that match will be facing Yappers, which is very exciting. I honestly, against AX, we'll talk about this soon, but right now I think what Yappers needs to do is just prepare either Stella, Somnia, or AX, and the results tomorrow will be very important to them.
Yeah, so anyways, congratulations to Team IVE, and really, both sides performed spectacularly. The Survivor got a tie, then a 4-man, the Hunter got a tie, or rather 2 4-mans in a row, and especially that insane endgame on Jalas. So anyways, let's move on to the interview VC and see who is going to be murdered in the interview VC today. Let's go. Oh, and by the way, can I report the fact that Sota keep on swapping like 4 teams in one day?
Yes.
Sultan is the real winner because no matter which team wins, he's always part of it. Oh no! You know what? No, you know what? In Manor Regulars, out of everyone in Manor Regulars, I am the real winner because I never lost in Manor Regulars.
Boo.
Right, Jeff. I never lost in Manor Regulars.
Yeah, Jong always wins, even against IVE.
Yeah, no, I never lost a match in Manor Regulars. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Wait, let's see.
I have lost in
Yeah, they're still deciding on who's going to be sacrificed who's going to get murdered today. So while they're deciding, so tomorrow we're going to. Oh yeah, tomorrow we're going to have the other 2 matches of the top 8. One is the losing bracket match, which is Stella Somnia versus AX, and the other one is the winner's bracket match, which is VC versus LN. And I'm just so excited to see what are we going to be seeing tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna have a mouthful tomorrow. I unfortunately won't be commentating for my own match, but
You're not
I will
allowed.
say there are quite some exciting things planned, and very, very, very excited to really play that match, Jong, for me personally.
Yeah, and watch me just end up trash talking. And like, oh my gosh, Jeff is so bad, Billy Bala.
No, I don't want to flop. Please. I hope I don't flop.
Oh
But
yeah. Oh yeah, and you can't do anything about it because that's my tournament. I make up the rules.
Yeah, AX quite a formidable side. Really looking forward to that match. But right now, all about IVE and Yappers though, Jong. How do you feel like just watching that?
I mean, that pretty much just demonstrated how strong IVE is and why they're like one of the top teams. And right now we can see a team IVE is just pushing each other to go to interview. So yeah. Hold on.
Arguably the favorites of this tournament as well, IVE, just have a lot of just great hunters, great survivors. You've already seen that for Escape. Even the tie against the Soul Weaver was really well planned. Just IVE has everything under control, and I don't even think that they let a survivor escape on the hunter side. So yeah, IVE just looking really solid right now in the tournament. And they're really shy. They can't really decide who wants to come into the interview and get slaughtered.
Come on. I mean, you see a lot of people coming into here, but we never really seen anyone getting like killed live on stream because
yeah, we don't bite. Ooh, I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh.
That's what you get for having a fanboy commentating. But yeah, jokes aside, well, IVE are really deciding on who they want to send. Off with their heads! Personally, I would want to see the acrobat come in, honestly. I do have a question for the acrobat.
Alright, well basically those who normally accept interview are like outside, so they cannot. So I guess we won't get to interview them today, so but
we have a member here.
Oh wait, we do?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Sultan. Boo!
Yeah, so Sultan, how do you...
I disconnected Sultan. Boo!
Goodbye, Sultan. Oh,
hello, Sultan. Anyways, yeah, I guess that wraps up the end of the stream today. So thank you everyone for tuning, and yeah, I guess that wraps up. So thank you everyone for tuning in the stream today, and yeah, hopefully you enjoyed it. Sorry if I'm a bit rusty today. I'll try to improve for the future days. And
nah, John, you did great.
And yeah, so remember everyone to tune in tomorrow because there's still more matches to be played and more exciting gameplay, especially with all the new meta, new hunters, and characters. So once again, thank you for tuning in the stream, and I'll see you tomorrow. Today is over.
Bye-bye.
Oh, I was just blowing the party thing. Anyways,